Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. China's President Xi Jinping describes Trump's visit to Beijing as historic as he gets an invite to Washington in September. US Vice President J.D. Vance expresses optimism about talks with Iran. And foreign ministers from the BRICS nations begin a two-day meeting in New Delhi. Now, US President Donald Trump and China's President Xi Jinping have praised the ties between the two countries during a state banquet. Xi described the visit as historic, adding that it has lived up to people's expectations. Meanwhile, Donald Trump called the meeting positive and productive, even inviting China's leader to Washington in September. Emily Su has more.
Cordial exchanges between the U.S. and China at a state banquet in Beijing, following a day of high-stakes talks, with both sides offering the other high praise.
The people of China and the United States are both great peoples. The goals of realizing the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can fully proceed in parallel without contradiction. They can mutually reinforce each other and benefit the world.
President Trump, meanwhile, paid tribute to his host.
We had extremely positive and productive conversations and meetings today with the Chinese delegation earlier. And this evening is another cherished opportunity to discuss among friends some of the things that we discussed today, all good for the United States and for China. And it was a great honor to be with you. Please.
The negotiations earlier in the day signaled stabilizing relations between the world's two biggest superpowers, though there was tension on the topic of Taiwan. A readout from the White House made no mention of the self-governing island, which Beijing regards as its own territory. The release did say the two sides agreed that the Strait of Hormuz must remain open to support the free flow of energy, and that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Business heavyweights from both countries, including Elon Musk and NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang, were also present in Beijing. Earlier, President Xi promised to open China's economy to the world, addressing a long-standing complaint over protectionism. In a win for the Trump administration, reports say China has renewed import licenses for hundreds of U.S. beef plants, which Beijing lapsed last year at the height of trade tensions between the two sides. Stark differences remain in a range of areas, but the summit offers relief to many at a time of geopolitical uncertainty. Emily Su, Arabiya English.
For more on this, I'm joined by China and Middle East commentator Lucy Wu. Lucy, thank you so much for joining me on the show today. So we saw Donald Trump and Xi Jinping then. Obviously, the two leaders, they held a meeting today in Beijing. It lasted around 2 hours. And Xi also hosted this banquet for the US president. Warm words between both of the leaders, but has anything concrete actually emerged from this meeting?
Thank you, dear. Thank you so much for inviting me today. Yeah, I would say we can say many people can witness a lot of so-called warm words, but actually there are actually some concrete outcomes also. So firstly, I would say the most significant outcome is both government leaders, they agreed on strategic and constructive stability. So in Chinese we call it it's more like 建设性的战略稳定关系. So this is according to Xi Jinping's statement. So actually people will think that because we all say China and U.S. relationship are kind of a little tense, when we record some events, especially some embarrassing moments before this actually a long time ahead of communication in 2022, and about the balloon event, about the chip war. So there are many people like witnessing together to see what's going to happen about today's visit. It's going to be a very impressive and very important moment today. So for that, I think actually this kind of how we would say like mutual shared framework can provide the both government leaders to have something to point to or have something to rely on when they are facing like their internal so-called like hawkish like escalation of any pushes to like kind of escalate the both sides the tension situation. And also about the economic side, we will witness like you can see from the list a lot of like corporate American delegation coming here. So we also like Donald Trump's have in China we say like Donald Trump coming to make business with our Chinese people. So actually there we can see that the Boeing is expected to get order like for more than
yes, and
200 aircraft.
Yeah, I mentioned that to you just because before we came on air, Donald Trump has been giving an interview to Fox News. And Lucy, I did say China's agreed to order 200 Boeing jets. And Trump also said Xi Jinping said China would not give Iran military equipment. And this is in his interview with Fox News. 200 Boeing jets, not very many. What do you think about that number?
I would say is a kind of like out of my expectation before, because actually we all like regard our mutual like relationships still very functional, manageable in economic side. But like I would say there are a lot of several kind of friction maybe on the table when they're negotiating several agreements or a little point that can be the disadvantages of moving forward, I would say, yeah.
Yes, so like we said a little bit early on, President Xi Jinping himself called the US and China relationship the world's most important relationship. Geopolitically, they're the world's two largest economies, of course. But how do the people in China actually view the US President Donald Trump? Because we did see lots of pictures of people scrambling to try and get a picture of Donald Trump in China a little bit earlier on today.
Yeah, it's definitely right. Actually, when I tried to portray Donald Trump to my Western audience, my Western friends, this is kind of one of the greatest paradoxes here, because many people will witness like Donald Trump sometimes in China's context or even internationally, they would regard his part of behaviors a little ridiculous or not that logical. I'm sorry to say that. But like actually in China, especially in Chinese social media, is this like very like a widespread live storm that kind of portrayed Donald Trump as an entertaining celebrity even. So and they're like so Donald Trump is kind of always say a little popular and is positively perceived by Chinese audience. So I would say maybe there are three reasons. So first is like Donald Trump is like he never doing some like motorization like kind of speeches for especially for democracy, for like liberty, for human rights. So which is like more important for Chinese audience. And second, like actually like in Donald Trump's words, I don't know whether like maybe you have also like noticed that like he say that Xi Jinping is a great president, and Xi Jinping is like and he really appreciates the whole country's achievement, whether it's from his bottom heart or not, I'm not sure. But anyway, it's great like also get very popular soon in Chinese internet. So we can say that like Chinese people will think that Donald Trump regard Xi Jinping or regard China as a counterpart, a competitive counterpart, but they are not say that China is a country that need to be fixed or reformed. So I think that's a reason maybe why Chinese audience are more like kind of regarding Donald Trump as also a part of like a certification of our country's power. So this also about Donald Trump's personality is more honest and like even literature. Yeah.
But you know what's Lucy, you talk about Donald Trump like that and why the Chinese people like him, and I get exactly where you're coming from, but his style in comparison to Xi Jinping is so different. You know, we look at the body language of the two men when they meet each other. I actually think President Xi has quite warm body language towards Donald Trump, probably more so than Joe Biden. But, you know, China's very strategic. They look at the long-term plan of the country. They're very decisive when it comes to politics, where Donald Trump feels like a very different politician. And I want to now ask you on the question of Taiwan, because as you say, Donald Trump, very different to what we've seen previously in the US. Do you think Taiwan could become a real hot point issue between China and the US going forward?
I would say it's a constant topic that also win a lot of debates. But obviously, especially like at least in Chinese social media, today, like it's not a very popular topic when it comes to discussing about Donald Trump's visit. Maybe we're more like emphasizing on more transactions parts and more economic ties. So, but I would say this one is very, like, if you're talking about U.S.-China relations, when you think about like the TRA or the One China policy, so there are something that you cannot avoid. And I would say this is just, this kind of visit is kind of officially to proceed, or we say facilitate I would say military to military communication between the different government bodies. But it will never say that. So I would say Beijing may think that this visit can have some signal, like it's more related to I would say more reassurance, but it's never a concession for the whole situation. Yes.
And let's talk about some of the people Donald Trump has taken with him to America, because we see Elon Musk, to Beijing. We see Elon Musk in Beijing, Jensen Huang from NVIDIA, which was a surprise. No one thought he was going, and then we found out he was. And then, of course, Tim Cook from Apple. So he's got the real big hitters from technology there. So how important do you think that is? And Elon Musk is also actually really loved in China, isn't he?
Yeah. Like, there are many people like kind of investigating Elon Musk's characteristic also. So about your question, it's a very good question. I think like for this delegation also, you can say that it's a living agenda, and it can it's more revealing than we have already imagined before. So like, for example, like the Qualcomm, they have around more than 46% of revenue that's directly from China and Hong Kong, and not to mention about NVIDIA. So and like also about the topics we have discussed on the table, such as the agriculture exchange, about the energy trade, and about like several points that is on the discussion. So even like the Gold Sachs or like Visa, they need approval. They need internal approval. They need to They need to gain like more access to Chinese market. That's why I would say this delegation, they bring them to the table. And during this time, actually, this far more than our imagination. They are not only an entrepreneurs, but also they are very important part for as a diplomats also. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. It's different now, isn't it? Donald Trump has changed a lot of how the White House traveled, taking all these big-named CEOs and billionaires with him to China. But Lucy Wu, thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate having you on the show.
Thank you.
Now, the US Vice President J.D. Vance has expressed optimism about talks with Iran, noting that progress is occurring despite Trump's dismissal of Tehran's latest proposal on ending the war. Iran's military said it's maintaining the highest level of readiness, and there is no room for retreat, as the future of the ceasefire with the US does remain unclear. For more on this, I'm now joined by Ambassador Michal Ollie Yanov, the permanent representative of Russia to international organizations in Vienna. Ambassador, it's great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for your time with me. President Trump and Xi Jinping have met in Beijing and agreed the Strait of Hormuz should remain open and that Iran should not obtain nuclear weapons. Does Russia agree with this?
I fully agree with the idea that Iran should not obtain nuclear weapons. The whole international community can subscribe to this idea, including Tehran itself. So nothing new. Yes, Iran should not obtain nuclear weapons. It does not have nuclear weapons. It is not looking for nuclear weapons. The two sides in Beijing agreed to support the current state of affairs.
Why does the US resist giving Russia a central role in Iran nuclear negotiations? Is this because Moscow is not seen as a neutral after becoming closer to Tehran, both militarily and economically over the recent years, Ambassador?
Well, I believe there are two key negotiators, US and Iran. As far as Russia is concerned, if we are invited to help, we are at the disposal of Iran and the United States. But we don't impose ourselves on the negotiators as a mediator. We have actually some experience in this area, I would say successful experience. In the course of Vienna talks on restoration of the JCPOA nuclear deal in 2021 and 22, on many occasions we managed to help find mutually acceptable solutions. But apparently Mr. Trump and his team believe that they can do everything themselves. Okay, let's see.
So you don't believe President Donald Trump will be able to reach a deal on his own, do you? Is that what you're just saying? So who do you think will need to be a key player in being able to reach this deal with Iran, as things appear right now, as we can see, to be in complete stalemate?
No, definitely I believe that the United States and Iran can reach a deal, and I wish them to do it as soon as possible. But to my mind, the behavior of the US side might be much more businesslike. For example, President Trump blackmails Iran, tries to intimidate Tehran. It's not a sort of language which Iranians are ready to accept. They need to be more businesslike. They need to respect each other. They need to start to listen to each other. Unfortunately, this is not the case in point, judging by what I see on TV and read in various reports.
We also hear very strong language coming out of Iran and the IRGC, especially when it comes to the sovereignty of the Strait of Hormuz. So it appears that both sides have been saber-rattling over the last few weeks as that ceasefire is fragile but slightly holding in place. And I want to ask you right now, if Iran is under constant IAEA inspection, as you have previously said, why does the agency still say it cannot fully guarantee all nuclear activity is peaceful and accounted for inside of Iran?
Very simple. Last year in June, Iran and the United States undertook a military action, actually aggression against Iran, after which the presence of the IAEA inspectors on the territory of Iran was stopped, and the agency does not have access at this stage to nuclear facilities on the territory of Iran. All this is the result of the US actions, US and Israeli actions. So I'm sure that if the two sides find mutually acceptable solutions, the agency will resume its activities on the territory of Iran. That's for sure. But now, the risk of new military strikes does not allow people from Vienna to go to Tehran.
Do you think that there will be renewed military strikes?
I don't know, but I hope very much that common sense will prevail, especially in Washington. Nobody benefits from the resumption of nuclear activities and military activities, sorry. They need to concentrate on political and diplomatic efforts.
If the US withdrawal from the JCPOA collapsed sanctions relief, was Iran justified in gradually abandoning its nuclear limits? Or did that decision ultimately escalate the crisis further? Because you did speak to me about the US pulling out of that nuclear deal, and we have seen Iran enriching uranium at much higher levels, 60% or more, which is much more than what's needed for civilian purposes.
Let me be frank. All this is the result of the U.S. actions. The fault is American fault. When the United States withdrew from the JCPOA, Iran continued to implement thoroughly all the obligations under the nuclear deal for 1 year. But when Washington imposed oil embargo on Iran and increased maximum pressure campaign, Iran started to deviate from the provisions of the nuclear deal step by step. That's what it could do in response to pressure from the United States. Of course, it was not good, but everything was originated by the United States, not by Iran. Iran simply responded to pressure, to negative steps taken by Washington. 60% uranium, strictly speaking, it is not prohibited under the international law, including NPT, Non-Proliferation Treaty, to enrich uranium to 60%, especially if it is being done under verification by the International Atomic Energy Agency. And once again, Iranians, I'm sure, they did it just in response to maximum pressure. They found countermeasures which could help them under the circumstances. So I believe everything, all negative moments were initiated by the United States. And it's easier to trace all these mistakes.
Ambassador, we don't have time to get into it, but Iran also has proxies in the region, which many people will argue is another reason why we have seen US and Israeli strikes on Iran as they do try to disarm those proxies across the Middle East. But President Donald Trump says America will work with Iran to dig up enriched uranium. But how will this deeply buried material actually be retrieved? And how much damage has been caused to Iran's nuclear sites due to these bombardments that we've seen?
I believe nobody knows answers to these questions at this stage. But I would like to underline that all nuclear facilities bombed by Israel and in the United States were certified by the International Atomic Energy Agency as purely peaceful nuclear facilities. This is a matter of fact. And since you mentioned proxies, I would like to underline that with great pleasure I learned that the current position of Tehran implies the need to think about regional security in the Persian Gulf. Russia introduced this idea more than a quarter of a century ago. We introduced a concept of collective security in the Gulf. And after this war, when a solution, peaceful solution is found, I believe regional states must start negotiations on regional security, collective security. In the region, it is necessary in order to prevent new conflicts in the area. I know that it's very difficult psychologically, but it must be done.
Yes, it will be very difficult, as you say, psychologically. But, Ambassador, do you think Iran should have a nuclear weapon? Do you think they should be allowed to have a nuclear weapon?
Well, for your knowledge, Russia, together with the United States, invented the nuclear non-proliferation regime in the 60s of the last century. And of course, we are categorically against new nuclear weapon states on the globe. We absolutely we are not ready to support any military activity in the nuclear sphere conducted by Iran. But as a matter of fact, we know for sure, due to the inspections conducted by the International Atomic Energy Agency, that there is no military dimension in the nuclear program of Iran. This is a matter of fact. This was confirmed in the course of thousands of inspections. Iran doesn't have nuclear weapons, and it is not moving in this direction. All other accusations are pure propaganda, a pretext for military action against Iran.
Pure As you say, pure propaganda, but when it comes to Iran's enriched uranium, there have been talks that Russia could actually take that enriched uranium. Would that be something that Russia would be prepared to do? And also, when it comes to the peace talks, do you think Russia could eventually play a key role in that? Because Russia and Iran do have close ties, are allies.
If the two sides decide that 60% enriched uranium must be removed from the territory of Iran, which most likely will take place, Russia would be happy to take this uranium and keep it on our territory in order to help the two sides to find mutually acceptable solutions. But there are also other options in this field. Uranium can be down-blended on the territory of Iran and converted from highly enriched uranium to low-enriched uranium. Everything depends on negotiations. Now, regarding the role of Russia in negotiations, once again, we do not impose ourselves on the negotiating sides. As I understand it, the Americans, at this stage at least, are not ready to invite Russia, to ask Russia for help. Okay, we do not impose ourselves as mediators. But if at any moment Americans change their mind, I believe almost for sure we would be happy to provide our assistance to the maximum extent possible. And you said that Russia is an ally of Iran. Well, we have very good relations, strategic partnership, but as far as peace negotiations are concerned, we always played the role of an honest broker. We don't take sides. And it was proved in the course of the Vienna talks on restoration of the nuclear deal in 2021 and 2022.
Very good to speak to you, Ambassador. Thank you so much. Yes, correcting me, strategic partners, of course, Russia and Iran, and Russia as an honest broker. Michal Olyanov, it was really great to have you on and your analysis. Thank you so much for speaking to me.
Thank you. Thank you.
Foreign ministers from the BRICS nations have begun a two-day meeting in New Delhi. Diplomats from Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, along with other newer member countries, are attending the event. Iran's Foreign Minister Masarachi is also there and has called on fellow BRICS member states to condemn the US and Israel over what he called their unlawful aggression against Tehran. Take a listen.
These crimes and the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. That false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran, therefore, calls upon BRICS member states and all responsible members of the international community to explicitly condemn violations of international law by the United States and Israel, including their illegal aggression against Iran, a member of BRICS, prevent the politicization of international institutions, and take concrete action to halt warmongering and to bring an end to the impunity of those who violate the UN Charter.
For more on this, I'm joined by Cornelia Mayer, economist and founder of Mayer Resources. Cornelia, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining me. So we just heard there, Cornelia, from Abbas Araghchi. Is Iran attempting to use the BRICS summit to build a global coalition against the US and Israel, do you think?
Well, thank you so much for having me, and good afternoon, Leigh Ann. They may try, they will not get there, because the BRICS are sort of divided on this. You see the UAE, which is very much in the court of the US, and Israel will not allow for that to happen. And most of the BRICS nations, and especially the East Asian nations, they really need the Strait of Hormuz to be open. So whatever Mr. Araghchi says, even if they have sympathies, their primary concern is that this Strait of Hormuz is opened, that the oil can flow again, that the LNG, very importantly, can flow again, and especially that fertilizer can get out again.
And as you did mention there, the UAE is, of course, one of the newer members of the BRICS groups. But India's foreign minister says many developing countries are facing pressure on essential supplies, especially energy, food, security. Cornelia, you just mentioned fertilizer there. How can the BRICS members help address these problems collectively?
Well, this problem can really only be addressed with the Strait of Hormuz reopened. And mind you, even if the Strait of Hormuz reopens now, ships are in the wrong place, logistics are warped. And so it's going to be very, very difficult for them to address it. But they will exert huge pressure on Iran and also on the US, if they can, to stop that double blockade. And I just mentioned something else. I mentioned fertilizer, because without food we cannot live. But I look at LNG. What's happening now is 17% of Qatar's LNG capacity has been taken out by this war, so that we're going to have less LNG, and there's going to be fierce competition between the rich nations of Europe and the rich East Asian nations, Taiwan, Japan and Korea, for these LNG cargoes, which means that the Bangladeshis and the Pakistans of this world will be priced out of the market.
And as the BRICS meeting is taking place in India, elsewhere in Beijing, of course, Donald Trump's meeting Xi Jinping, this high-stakes meeting, Cornelia, all of us have been waiting for. The White House says the two leaders of the largest economies have agreed that the strait should be open. You were just talking to me about how important the strait is for fertilizer, for LNG, for oil, for all those crucial things. What role do you think China can actually play when it comes to finding a solution and this double blockade being eliminated, essentially?
China has leverage over Iran. It purchases 90% of Iranian crude. Whereas Iran, 30% of all the goods Iran exports go to China. But for China, only 1% of its imports come from Iran. So China is in quite a strong position. But mind you, for China is sanguine and puts country before anything when dealing with foreign policy. So China has every interest in making sure it gets along with the very, very important GCC nations, very important to China, and also to a certain extent with the US, the other big behemoth, right? The other big economy. So China will try to help open that. And we saw that President Xi actually said around the 14th of April, he made a very important statement in a speech. And he said, look, really what's happening now in the Strait of Hormuz needs to end, and the global economy just needs the supplies coming from the other side of the strait.
Yeah, it's such a difficult situation when we look at the Strait of Hormuz, Cornelia. How long do you think the global economy can realistically last for? Because we're seeing two sides right now holding maximalist positions, and more countries are creaking under the economic strain from this. How long do we really have left of these elevated oil prices at the moment? And of course, this big we can't see anything getting through to these economies, especially, as you mentioned, Asia.
Yeah, it's very important, because if I look at Asia in terms of oil and also LNG, they have physical shortage. The Europeans don't really have physical shortage except for maybe jet fuel and maybe some diesel. But so the Asians are really hurt. But, you know, the way that this crisis is transmitted into the global economy is inflation. And you see just the countries of the global south are priced out of the market. And if you can get your hands on some fertilizer, you can't afford it. And we're getting into the planting season in the global south. So this is really bad. We will see real bad situation of food security if this is not resolved soon. And even if it's resolved, we'll see some food security issues.
Cornelia Mayer, as always, great to have you on the show. Thank you for your time with me.
Thank you very much, Leigh Ann.
Bye. Thank you.
Bye.
Tennis champion Jannik Sinner has made history in Rome, equalising Novak Djokovic's record and progressing at the Italian Open. The world #1 triumphed over fellow Italian Andrea Pellegrino in his 31st back-to-back win, and now heads towards the quarter-finals. To discuss this and all of the other sports stories, we're joined by double Olympian and broadcaster Samantha Murray. Samantha, great to have you on the show. Let's talk Jannik Sinner first. What a time for him. He's obviously a great player. He's very, very young. He's up and coming. Why is this win in Rome so significant for him?
He's a remarkable player now, and just 24 years old. He's now surpassed Novak Djokovic's record of consecutive wins that was 31. He today has taken his 32nd consecutive win at the ATP Masters 1000 Tour at the Italian Open. And it's quite a poignant moment for him in front of a home crowd, where he's not just a sports person, but he's actually a national hero. So they're absolutely loving it. And he's improved his game on the clay. He was always known for being very strong on the hard surfaces and indoor, and this was seen as a weaker area for him. So it's showing how he's progressing from being a great player and a rising star to someone quite historic.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And he has that great rivalry with Carlos Alcaraz. And many people look at it and they think, oh, my gosh, it's like the old days of Rafa Nadal and Novak Djokovic and, of course, all the other greats that we've seen over the years. So I must admit, really like Jannik Sinner.
I love him.
He looks very much like my nephew, and I always love watching him play. But let's move on to the Riyadh Derby, which had an incredible, dramatic ending. So we're going from tennis to football, two different sports, but let us know.
On we go. Yes, it was the 98th minute. We were into added time. Cristiano Ronaldo had taken to the bench, was watching Al Nassr as they were 1-0 up against Al Hilal. The yellow Al Nassr fans were up and down. It was like a carnival scene. They thought they were going to take the SPL trophy, but no. An Al Hilal player did a long throw in to the box, and it seemed the Al Nassr goalkeeper Bento had it covered with his defender, but somehow the ball spilled through his fingers and into his own net. It was, talk about a lead balloon moment in sport. The crowd just went silent. I think I saw a child crying.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it was quite unbelievable. Cristiano Ronaldo's reaction was frustration, dismay, couldn't believe it. And this now means that Al Nassr will play another game, which they must win in order to secure that Saudi Pro League title, which ultimately is the goal for Al Nassr with Ronaldo.
That is incredible. I didn't realise that happened. Did you go and watch it live? Was it a great atmosphere?
I was watching at home.
Oh,
but I'm quite neutral. I'm yellow, blue. Haven't taken a side yet. I'm quite new to the city, but thoroughly enjoyed it. But and what was being said in Arabic as well, I'd love an English translation, because it was just dismay, and it was a real cathartic moment in sport. So it made for great television.
And that's why a lot of people love sport, because you can never really anticipate what's going to happen, can you? Like, the strangest stuff happens. But let's talk about golf now. So we'll go to golf and the start of the US PGA Championship. I mean, Rory McIlroy's playing. A lot of people would like to see a win. Do you think he can pull it out the bag, maybe?
Well, he's definitely got the confidence, and he's got that winning streak back in him, having taken the back-to-back green jacket at the Augusta Masters. So he's definitely on form in a sporting sense. It looks to me like he's very comfortable out there playing today. So is it that he's comfortable making history rather than trying to chase something new? I think it depends who's ready to get out there and beat him.
Because I think that's a hard part, isn't it, when you look at Rory McIlroy, because he was always tipped to be so successful, then had that real dip, and now he seems to be back on the winning streak. He kind of persevered, didn't he? So a lot of people want to see him carrying on that. But I think, I'm not sure who else is playing. Ram's in it too.
Yeah.
We'll have to see.
I know Jordan Spieth was leading.
Yes.
When I last checked, because they're playing live right now, so it's changing moment by moment. But some really strong players out there, and everyone would love to see Rory continue this winning success, but it's a high-stakes game.
It is always golf, high-stakes and stressful. But the Palestinian Marathon actually took place this week too, and it returned after a 2-year pause. I imagine it was an emotional atmosphere, and I also saw a lot in the run-up to it. It was an amazing event to have taken place after all this time.
Truly it was, and there were 2 races. So there was the marathon that took place in the occupied West Bank with around 13,000 runners taking part. And that really wasn't about the time or the records. It was really significant, and people back doing a race in solidarity. And at the same time, the race organisers put on a 2-kilometre run in Gaza, which happened all together at once. And that was to show the plight of the Gazan people, the freedom of movement, and a moment of solidarity for everyone involved in this conflict. And we saw images of children and of amputees taking part in the race. So this is where sport takes a different dimension, and it becomes an act of peaceful protest and has a real humanitarian element to it, where people have eyes on what's going on in this part of the world, and the conflict, which is rolling on year by year. And the numbers of deaths and casualties are just devastating. And so to have this race back on, I think, is a very emotional one. And we saw runners themselves stopping to cry as they were interviewed.
Yeah, as you say, very emotional, and also a real moment to bring everyone together. And finally, I want to talk about this because I absolutely love this story. It's all about the World Cup halftime show, and it's the musical acts. And I'm really excited about this because it's Shakira. She's back. I remember her in South Africa at the World Cup, of course. Is the US trying to recreate a Super Bowl moment? I think lots of people are asking this because it's Shakira, BTS and Madonna.
Yes.
That's amazing.
I mean, I think they should recreate it and bring it to the FIFA World Cup. Why wouldn't they? It's such a spectacle. Everyone watches that halftime show now all around the world. Chris Martin from Coldplay, he's going to choreograph it, the halftime show, and the aim is to raise $100 million for the FIFA Educational Fund. So it's going to a really good cause, and it appeals to all generations, with Madonna through to the K-pop BTS band. And I can't wait to see Shakira. Apparently it's a new single coming out.
Yes, I haven't heard that single yet, but she's released the World Cup single. I think it's called Day Day.
Which means come on in Italian.
Oh, good knowledge. I didn't know that, because it was waka
Die,
waka. Die, die.
Die.
Oh my gosh, terrible. Day, day, die, die. But it was waka waka, wasn't it? The South African one. But yes, thank you so much, Samantha Murray. Great to have you on. A reminder of our top stories. China's President Xi Jinping describes Trump's visit to Beijing as a historic as he gets an invite to Washington in September. US Vice President J.D. Vance expresses optimism about talks with Iran. And foreign ministers from the BRICS nations begin a two-day meeting in New Delhi. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. We'll be back in a couple of hours with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you.
The jewelry is lost forever.
Inspired by a true story.
We were blaming insufficient security.
It's a symbol that has been attacked.
Isn't a museum the most protected space on the planet?
Social media was flooded with countless fantastical videos.
Before the era of artificial intelligence, people reacted to such shocks by taking to the streets.
I didn't leave my chair, and I didn't say a word there.
Technology no longer grants time, the luxury of time.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Arabiya English, your media partner.
The world is in the grip of an energy crisis unlike anything we've seen in decades. The war in Iran and the closure of the Strait of Hormuz has sent shockwaves through global energy markets, triggering supply deficits, draining inventories, and raising the specter of an oil shock that many analysts had long warned was coming. But how bad is it really, and how much worse could it get? As refineries begin cutting runs and different regions of the world start feeling the squeeze in very different ways, the critical question is, are we still in the early stages of this crisis, or are we about to hit a wall? And then there is the geopolitical fog, a fragile ceasefire, on again, off again hopes of a diplomatic deal, and an oil futures market so volatile that traders seem reluctant to take any position at all. Meanwhile, in North America, a very different story is unfolding, one of opportunity. U.S. shale producers are sitting on higher prices, and Canada's oil sands industry is suddenly back in the spotlight with renewed talk of pipelines and increased production. To make sense of all of this, I'm joined today by Eric Nuttall, partner at 9 Point and one of the most closely followed voices in Canadian energy investing. Eric, welcome to the program and thanks for joining me. How big of a cumulative deficit are we seeing today in the global oil market in light of the Strait of Hormuz closure and despite as well the inventories drawdowns? And if the strait is open tomorrow, how long will the market need to normalize? And are prices set to remain elevated for an extended period of time, even after the conclusion of this war?
You bet. This is very clearly the biggest energy crisis of our lifetimes, which for many of us who follow, do barrel counting, it's kind of mystifying to see the ongoing complacency in the market. Our numbers, and we just had Saudi Aramco confirm this over the weekend, we've lost roughly 1 billion barrels of forfeited production already. Even if the strait were to open up tomorrow fully, ignoring sea mines and all of the different challenges to a quick resumption, our estimate is we will lose at least 1.53 billion barrels. And so that's just an epically massive number. We have seen some workarounds to try to bring that down. We've had Saudi Aramco flowing more barrels to the west. We've had the Emiratis flow more barrels to the east. We've seen some refinery cuts. We just had the Prime Minister of India announce mobility constraints, requesting people work from home, etc. So kind of a flashback to the COVID era. But we still have global oil inventories falling dramatically. There's a bit of a misnomer in terms of how many barrels we can potentially lose for the system to be okay. A good report out by JP Morgan about a week ago said that we can only lose about 800 million barrels before the working inventories of refineries around the globe starts to kind of hit the red line. We will be approaching that by our estimate sometime in June. And so there remains a lot of complacency. We've had a surge of U.S. exports that has helped things. There was a bit of a surplus coming into 2026, and we can debate how big that was. That has very clearly been used up. There was some excess oil on the water. That has now been used up. The last of the ships have arrived, etc. And so we've been a little early. However, we do think that, to your point, we are hurtling towards a wall at 100 kilometers an hour, and we're about 5 inches away from it. And so we think the coming days or weeks is really when reality is going to set in.
I know that situations differ depending on the region and depending on current level of storages and domestic production, but how close are we today to seeing the full effect of this energy crisis that many have been warning from over the past 2 months? And more importantly, Eric, what ways and forms will this crisis materialize in the different regions around the world as run cuts in refineries continue?
Yeah, so coming into it, and you were correct to point out, every geography is different. Globally speaking, we were already quite low in terms of inventories of certain refined products. Jet fuel and diesel were both very, very low. And so it's not surprising in areas such as Australia, they have the highest diesel consumption per capita of anywhere in the world. They're having to really, really curtail usage to the best that they can. In Europe, for example, London Heathrow, 70% of their jet fuel comes from the Strait of Hormuz. We're now 72, 73 days from that no longer being accessible. And so we're starting to just see the beginning of flight cancellations, more regional. We've yet to see international, the more heavy fuel usage. That's coming. And so our view is you're going to have price rise materially in the coming weeks to start to rationalize demand. By our estimate, you need about $175, $177 Brent for that to begin to occur. We also had thought that governments would enact mobility constraints, and now you're just starting to see that in India as well from a very important speech. So we're just at the very beginning of this. It's been the lag effect really that I think, again, we're 72, 73 days into this. Many of us would have expected to see a more dramatic price increase, but the complacency, I believe, is being fueled by, existing inventories, which have all been worked off. So again, we're very close to the cliff.
The ceasefire is largely holding, but it is fragile. We've seen the Iranians and Americans exchanging fire just last week, but oil prices have retreated from their highs on renewed hopes of a deal to end the war. Of course, we've been here before, Eric, with this roller coaster ride of ebbing and flowing of hopes of a deal. Mind you, liquidity in the futures oil markets have been low lately, probably showing traders lack of appetite to take positions in such a topsy-turvy market. Are you optimistic that we are any closer today to the end of the war than we've ever been so far?
I think what we have seen is, this work towards an MOU, which is just really setting the principles for negotiations to begin. It still seems like both sides are very far away. You have a ceasefire where you have love taps by Donald Trump's wording and such. So we do not think we are close to this resolving, which is dramatic. We have Middle Eastern production now roughly 14 million barrels per day. We are rapidly drawing down stocks, and yet we have this complacency. And I think there's two reasons for that. Historically, every geopolitical spike, it has been warranted to sell into that strength. We think of Abcake back in 2019. You had a sharp rally in the oil price. It fizzled out, I think, a week or week and a half later on. The other, and to your point, is traders are not willing to deploy risk capital because of the dramatic indirect influence from the Trump administration into the oil market via tweet or truth media. We've seen unnamed sources, certain media quoting unnamed sources. We've had we've been apparently about to set peace between the two parties 5 times in the last 19 or so weeks. So we think that the jawboning from the U.S. president is not sending the price signal that's necessary to reduce demand, and therefore the inevitable spike that is coming that everybody that I speak to agrees with is just a question of quantum and when it actually arrives. We must reduce demand. We cannot replace the quantum of Middle Eastern production from the United States or elsewhere, nor can SPRs or existing on-land or inland inventories make up for that dramatic number. And so we have to rationalize demand, but the oil market is not sending that price signal because of, again, the direct intervention from the U.S. administration. So it's an inevitability that is now being made worse by the direct jawboning from the White House.
I want to move on to North America and the response to what's happening there in the Middle East. We're now almost at the end of the earnings season. From what you've heard so far from U.S. shale companies, how are they responding to the higher prices today, Eric? Have they thrown away their cautiousness of the past few years to the wind? Are they meaningfully increasing or at least planning to increase activity? And how much of the void are they really able to fill?
You bet. So just like oil traders, U.S. shale companies are not willing to chase a geopolitical spike in the oil price because, again, this belief that peace breaks out, we go back to normality tomorrow and oil falls to $60. We don't agree with that, but I would say that is consensus. And so what we've seen is a lack of meaningful increase in drilling activity. The leader, Diamondback Energy, announced that they thought that you could see 20 to 30 additional rigs added in the Permian. The other major areas of U.S. shale are in permanent decline. We think that is the Bakken and the Eagle Ford. And so really there's only one area where you can see an increase in activity. 20 to 30 rigs means an increase on an annual basis of 140 to 300,000 barrels per day. So with Middle Eastern production now 12 to 14 million barrels per day, 140 to 300,000 barrels per day is a rounding error. And again, it speaks to the inventory challenge. We had thought that U.S. shale production was in its twilight. As the oil price has dramatically increased, perhaps you can extend that out a little bit. You can squeeze out a little bit of growth, but it really is a rounding error relative to the quantum of forfeited production. And it speaks to, again, just this is very clearly the biggest energy crisis of our lifetimes. There remains a massive amount of complacency in the market, and we think that complacency is coming to an end in the coming days to weeks.
I mean, yes, you've been a proponent of this thesis that the U.S. shale is in its twilight years. That's a view you've held for a while now, Eric. But more activity seems to be taking place north of the American border in Canada, where you are today. Increased production of oil sands coupled with higher revenues. How has the market looked for Canadian oil companies in the last 2 months?
Yeah, there's been very modest increases in CapEx. Most of the larger oil sand companies, when we think about expansion, it's really multi-year type projects. We also suffer from a shortage of incremental takeaway capacity. We just had a new pipeline come on stream that sends Canadian oil to our west coast that ends directly to Asia, or funny enough, back to the United States Gulf Coast.
We'll talk about these two pipelines in a minute, yeah.
You bet. So what we are up against the wall in terms of incremental takeaway capacity. We would think that Canada at best can increase production by maybe 120, 140,000 barrels per day. So it's quite modest again, relative to the global context. And again, it speaks to no one ever thought, no sober mind ever thought that the Strait of Hormuz could be closed, and sure enough to be closed for 70 plus days. There is no source of supply growth on planet Earth that can even come close to making up to the deficit that we're experiencing right now.
Looking at the previous Liberal governments, today with this Liberal government, Eric, there's talk of increasing pipeline capacities in Canada and even constructing new pipelines you've mentioned to the Pacific coast from Alberta, or reviving parts of the now defunct XL Keystone pipeline to the U.S. How is the U.S. trade war, the current Iran war, and the new Liberal government policies changing the outlook for the Canadian oil and gas industry today?
Unfortunately, what we're seeing is we have a new leadership in Canada that's abiding by the old mentality, and that is this notion that the world is needing a decarbonized barrel, and for industry to have the social license to increase production, we must pursue a incredibly expensive and very uncompetitive project called the Pathways Project that would sequester CO2 from our oil sands production. That is being tied to discussions. It's called the Grand Bargain. I've renamed it the Grand Ransom. That is the federal government tying a $30 billion project to being able to approve a new 1 million barrel per day pipeline. So I do think that is a pipe dream, if you pardon the pun. You mentioned another project that we think is much more likely to come forward, and that is it's called the Prairie Connector. It's connecting existing infrastructure to a modest pipeline in the United States. That would be initially a 550,000 barrel per day pipeline, expandable to 900,000 barrels per day, coming online potentially in 2029. So it's much more likely to go ahead. It's already received presidential approval. There's modest permitting required, as opposed to this hoped for 1 million barrel per day pipeline to the West Coast that would take $35 to $40 billion and take roughly 8 years. And lastly, we do have conversations with many companies in Canada very clearly. We've yet to identify a single company willing to take on the risk who's willing to write the check. And so we're not optimistic about adding incremental capacity to the West Coast. We think incrementally we'll be sending more and more production to our southern neighbor.
So, Eric, just finally, where do you see Canadian oil production by the end of the decade compared to where it is right now?
Yeah, so roughly 4 years, we'd be looking at about a 500,000 barrel per day increase. That is massively contingent on expanding the throughput capacity on existing networks. We have roughly 700,000 barrels per day of expansion projects that I would say are fairly low risk, that are coming online in step change, incrementally every year. So despite our massive resource, we've yet to see meaningful action from the part of our, quote unquote, new government. There's been a lot of talk. There's been very little action, and that is really constraining the potential for Canada to meaningfully increase our production.
Well, it's always good to have you back on the show. Eric Nuttall, partner at 9 Point from Toronto. Thank you so much for taking the time and joining us.
My pleasure.
People think that we launder money, but actually we make money black. It's a weird law. They call it gedoogbeleid, like this. That is the law. So they say, okay, bye, but don't let us see you.
We faced many dangers while covering the events in Kursk. We followed the developments of the battles on the fronts, and we were with the civilians, documenting their suffering in their homes, which they refused to leave, and in the shelters they had fled to. We were right in the midst of the battles. Ever since the Ukrainian incursion in August 2024, Al-Arabiya was exposed, just as it was while covering the Ukrainian incursion, to the dangers of Ukrainian weapons, while covering the path of Kursk's liberation. Kursk is the Russian region that Ukrainian forces entered in an attempt to shift the balance of power in a war that has been going on for more than 3 years, where the Ukrainian army occupied it, and advanced deep into Russian territory. As we were the first to cover the events that shook Kursk, we followed everything from the very beginning. To get the most accurate details, we went to the commander of the Special Chechen Akhmat Forces, General Abdi Alaudinov. Given the importance of this figure on the battlefield in the Russian army, the road to him was surrounded by complete secrecy, both regarding the location and timing of the meeting.
A NATO military staff committee prepared an operation to occupy the nuclear power plant and the city of Kurchatov, where this station is located, by encircling Kursk and Belgorod. This meant that this entire area to fall under the control of armed Ukrainian groups, according to NATO's plan.
The Ukrainian forces' incursion into Russian territory led to massive waves of displacement, large numbers. Temporary shelters received tens of thousands of citizens who had left their homes. The greatest difficulties were in evacuating people with special needs, the chronically ill, and the elderly who need constant medical care.
I can't hear anything. I can't hear. She is 95 years old.
Waves of displaced people continue to arrive at shelters, fleeing the danger of the ongoing battles, while medical teams check the newcomers.
I was in a coma. My blood sugar rose above 600. Yes, I went into a coma because my medicine ran out.
The affected people did not hide their anger toward the authorities in Kyiv and spoke about Ukrainian drones that tormented them day and night and turned their lives into hell because of their sheer numbers in the area where they lived.
The situation is bad. The drones are hovering above us. Here we are. They are bombing us heavily. The drones are flying. I didn't know where to go. I lost my mind. As soon as I hear gunfire, I can't sleep. Where can I escape to? Where should I go?
Ukrainian drones were targeting everything that moved on Kursk's territory for fear of the Russian response.
A large number of villages and towns have been liberated and cleared. Work on this axis is still ongoing in all circumstances.
Aid continued to flow successively from various Russian regions to those affected in Kursk.
No housing, no shelter, no help at all. We survived thanks to my husband who works. We rented a place and managed to stay however we could.
The Ukrainian incursion left behind many displaced people who suffered from losing their shelter and sources of income. On the other hand, the Ukrainian advance prompted a rapid response from Russian forces to stop it and regain control of the situation.
When we reached Kursk province on the Sudzha axis, there was no unit to confront the enemy. No unit had faced the enemy, because it had succeeded in breaching the defense lines along the border and managed to occupy a wide area in Kursk province. It even came within 15-20 kilometers of the city of Kursk.
Курской области, он от Курска находился там в каких-то там
15 даже 20 километров.
Kiev was counting on forcing the Russian command to move its forces from Donbas toward Kursk, which would allow the Ukrainian army to regain the territories it had lost on the fronts. But the Russian winds blew against what the Ukrainian ships desired. Ukraine. Russia continued its advance, and mobilization was carried out from all parts of the Russian Federation to confront the situation in Kursk. This enabled the fighting forces on the Donetsk front to seize larger areas, because the Ukrainian Army Command had thrown its elite forces into Kursk in an attempt to move the battlefield into the Russian interior.
We launched large winged drones in addition to small drones to specifically cover the front sectors. Our 2 drone units, they specifically highlighted the size and movement of enemy convoys. At that point, we organized our lines on the Martinovka axis, and thus we, as Akhmat forces, stood directly in the face of the cannon. We were the ones who stopped the enemy's first convoys.
Russian reinforcements arrived successively in Kursk territory, and the confrontation began between the Russian army and Ukrainian forces in order to stop the latest expansion inside the province. Russian fighter jets filled the skies of the region around the clock, dropping glide bombs that inflicted heavy losses on the Ukrainian army in lives and equipment.
The enemy threw everything. He had to limit our strength. He was throwing large numbers of his elements daily in an attempt to breach our lines. But as we see, over 7 months, the enemy was unable to create any breach in our forces, the forces of Akhmat.
And indeed, the general revealed to us some of the secret correspondence between NATO officers that Russian intelligence agencies managed to intercept, which highlight the role of the Chechen Akhmat forces in standing against attempts of Ukrainian advance in Kursk and foiling the approved plans.
Thanks to the Akhmat forces, a great deal was done in general. I don't want to go into details.
The Russian army began to limit the advance of Ukrainian forces and succeeded in encircling the areas controlled by the Ukrainian army at the last point in the depth and on both flanks of the contact line.
At the beginning, the number of populated areas they occupied exceeded 80 settlements. They couldn't hold this area, so they advanced to new territory.
In October 2024, operations to repel the forces began, and the Russian army started liberating towns and villages one after another. While maintaining the positions it had taken after, it managed to form a defensive line that besieges the Ukrainian forces from 3 sides, leaving them only the western withdrawal route to Sumy province, from which they had entered. We head to the town of Kazakia, Lokhnya, with the Chechen Akhmat forces that participated in its liberation. This town witnessed fierce battles between the Russian and Ukrainian armies after the Russian army intensified its efforts to liberate several towns and cities in Kursk province. After expelling the Ukrainian forces from the town of Kazakia Lokhnya, which we entered days after the Russians took control, the military warned us of the danger of the mines the Ukrainians left behind, probably to hinder the advance of Russian forces and facilitate their withdrawal.
Why is attention drawn to the need for caution before taking any step here? This is because the Ukrainian army violates all internationally recognized laws and conventions by using prohibited weapons against infantry units known as butterflies, Mines of this size are difficult to notice among the grass. They are very small, but capable of amputating a foot. There are many weapons that the North Atlantic Alliance used to support Ukrainian forces, and these weapons were found on the ground of this province where Ukrainian fighters left them behind and withdrew to other areas.
We positioned in Soldatskoye, then headed to Cherkasskoye Porechnoi, where fierce clashes are taking place. We succeeded in repelling this attack over 2 full months. Then we advanced toward Martinovka, where we fortified along the main road.
In the towns recaptured by the Russian army, the Ukrainians left behind large numbers of their dead following the bloody confrontations, at a time when some civilians refused to leave their homes and flee with the Ukrainian forces toward Kyiv. Many destroyed houses and military equipment left behind by the Ukrainian army. Of course, it must be noted that this town was inhabited by thousands of citizens who were displaced during the Ukrainian incursion or the Ukrainian advance at the beginning of the crisis in August of last year. And when the Russian army returned to retake this town, about 180 citizens were living in it and were evacuated, and only about 6 people remained in this town no more. It is clear how brutal this war is, but I prefer to hear from you what happened to you.
I became like this. My house burned down, so I took refuge with my brother.
Why didn't you leave despite the explosions we hear?
I didn't leave because I decided to stay on my land, in my village.
Among your relatives, did you lose anyone?
My brother disappeared when he went to work on the 6th of August and never returned after that. But thank God, our soldiers told me they found him alive and in good health.
After the withdrawal of Ukrainian forces from most towns in Kursk and their entrenchment in the border city of Sudzha and its suburbs, the Russian advance froze and the battles of attack and counterattack continued until the beginning of March 2025.
Indeed, the enemy entrenched across all areas of Kursk province. What can I say? They brought their elite forces and reinforcements from NATO. The United States brought all of this.
Every time the enemy tried to seize more territory, he failed. And in the end, we tightened the noose around him in a specific area. We were forced to stay there for a longer period in a back and forth within the framework of a line between 2 and 3 kilometers. We would advance, then retreat, which resulted in them suffering heavy losses. In just 1 month, their losses reached up to 10,000 personnel.
A qualitative and surprising turning point after a unique operation that caught the Ukrainian fighters. Through the infiltration of Russian forces via the giant gas pipelines that had been disabled by the battles, allowing them to reach the rear lines of the Ukrainian forces and completely encircling them.
The fighters started to draft a plan and worked on using the pipe in the operation. Regarding the distance which separates the start point and end point is 15.7 kilometers. The operation forced our soldiers to wrap themselves with certain ribbons, similar to what the Ukrainian soldiers do. Then the soldiers came out from the back lines, which caused enemy soldiers to panic. They even rushed running anywhere they can, wearing their underwear or shorts or even flip-flops. The surprise aspect had an important effect.
The unique gas pipeline operation lasted 6 days. Those who carried it out were able to cross in 2 days. but waited 4 more days until the other units arrived before launching the attack, in order to tighten control and the siege from the front and rear of the city.
The plan set by Ala Aldinov, which is called the Pipes, when Ahmad's soldiers slipped through the back lines, caused enemy soldiers to run away from the battlefield.
We're on the lookout and confronted the enemy's attempts to advance on our lands. Our efforts were not limited to repelling the enemy only, but went beyond that by repelling his forces so that he would retreat to the positions from which he had infiltrated.
The Russian army expanded the encirclement of the city of Sudzha through the infiltration operation via the pipelines at the same time that the ground forces were carrying out their assault on the city. The Ukrainian forces lost their most important positions and some surrounding towns and withdrew to the border villages with Sumy province, leaving behind vehicles and equipment and thousands of casualties between killed and captured.
At first they came from the war committees and from police departments with draft notices for military service. If someone failed to report, he would face a financial fine. Then they threatened with imprisonment. I'm not sure I could have continued. They selected some capable people, about 20 individuals. As for me, I am just an ordinary soldier. In fact, most of those who accompanied me in this training course had not originally undergone military service. No. I was injured while I was in Britain. That's why I spent most of the training time sitting and did not participate in it.
The battles of Kursk resulted in thousands of dead, wounded, and prisoners on both sides, yet the defeated side always suffers the greater losses in equipment and leaves Russia alone transferred from Kursk 6,000 Ukrainian bodies without compensation, as a positive step from the Russian side.
Each side will claim that its losses are few and that the enemy suffered greater losses as a participant in the event from the inside. But as an eyewitness, I can confirm to you, regardless of how it may appear, that the losses of Akhmat forces were indeed limited.
We entered the city of Sudzha with the Imam of the Chechen Akhmat forces, who is working on evacuating the citizens who refused to flee to Kyiv before the Russian army recaptured the city. Let us document the situation up close from the hottest points of confrontation.
Young men gather people from the villages, and sometimes do so under drone and artillery shelling. This puts their lives at risk. We are extremely grateful to them. We are very thankful to them.
Inside the city, those who could escape the shells and drones fled from Sudzha to safe areas in Russia at the beginning of the crisis, while those who could not leave remained under Ukrainian forces' control.
They were roaming among us here since early October and boasting that they would hold a referendum for the residents of the Sudzha area and the entire Kursk province on their desire to join Ukraine.
Electronic jamming has become one of the most important defense methods against drones, and positioning systems securing protection for stationed units and vehicles carrying jamming devices. Of course, a drone in the upper area. The devices detect the drones that make us run from these drones that may put us at risk in this coverage. Snipers load their ammunition in preparation to fire at the drones that are hovering over Sudzha. A shell falling now near us, and the Russian soldiers trying to hunt the drones. This is shrapnel scattered from the shell, constantly in this border area. On the Kursk front, we are talking about the city of Sudzha, the last city of Sudzha, on the border with Ukraine's Sumy province. From the first line of confrontation, from point 0. The Ukrainian forces' insistence on holding the areas they occupied led to more suffering for the residents amid mutual shelling. The Ukrainians withdrew to the villages adjacent to Sumy, destroying the bridges behind them so that the Russian army could not catch up with them. This is the bridge that separates the eastern part of Sudzha from the western part, where Ukrainian military convoys used to move. And clashes began in the heart of Sudzha with the encirclement of the fighters, which tipped the balance in favor of the Russian army, which took full control of Sudzha. The destruction of the bridges pushed those working on civilian evacuation to intensify their efforts and take risks by crossing the river to transport those stranded on the other bank, on foot under shelling and drone attacks. The random Ukrainian shelling affected everyone here in Sudzha and its suburbs, leaving victims destruction and displaced people, including the disabled Svetlana, whose last moments in Sudzha were captured by Al Arabiya's camera before her evacuation from the heart of danger.
I am disabled. I don't know what to say. My daughter takes care of me. We had everything. Our tables were full. We had tea. I never went hungry. The windows were shattered in the room adjacent to the hallway. Our apartment has 3 rooms. A shell penetrated the roof of the house. My daughter was hit by 6 fragments.
Volunteers of the Popular Front transported the elderly disabled Svetlana to the nearest evacuation point, to transport her to safe areas, far from the shelling. Shells falling near the evacuation point forced everyone to take cover from the horror of the shelling, leaving Svetlana to face her fate on the ground. At the same time, an injured man came running asking for help. Doctor, here's the doctor accompanying us.
I saw them. They were stealing and looting, then burning everything. They were all bandits who came from Sumy, relatives with their cars, and stole everything, even underwear, with crosses on their faces. They were the savages. Do you understand? What wonderful people there, like butter on bread. They were ready to flatter in the most vile and despicable ways just for a piece of bread under the second occupation. And all of them are wonderful when they beat people to death or prevent the burial of the dead. For some they are kind. For me, these people cannot be kind.
The disabled Svetlana was transferred to the city of Kursk for medical care, and she was lucky. Unlike many who died in Sudzha or lost their loved ones due to the shelling, that did not stop even after the Ukrainian forces withdrew from the city and its suburbs. Shells and rockets falling from nearby Ukrainian forces near the city of Sudzha until this moment, and civilians are terrified, and fear and panic hang over the entire area. Move away, move away. Get inside, drone. How do you distinguish your enemy's drones? Russian drones fly with red tape stickers, while enemy drones have no stickers. Also, our drones fly at low altitude, while enemy drones fly higher. This is not one of ours. Drones have become the masters of the situation in modern battles, and the rules of the game have changed, where their use has spread in this war, pushing both armies to form teams for drone control and others for defensive interception to reduce their risks, where neutralizing them has become an urgent priority. Extreme fear and caution as drones fly at low altitude. The Ukrainian forces are a few kilometers away from our position in villages. I hit it. It fell. It fell. Move away. The luggage is burning. What is burning there? The things are burning. We need water. Don't touch anything. Be careful. Did the luggage burn? Yes. Yes. Move the ammunition away. Explain to me what you have in your hand.
This is an OS-4 from enemy drones, a suicide one. It flies using optical fibers, which allows it to stay outside the jamming range, and it can hit the target from a greater distance. One can say that with these devices, they are killing us. How does the drone drop bombs? One way, unmanned aircraft. As you see here, the shell is fixed, and here are the optical fibers. And while it flies, it releases these fibers. The camera spots the target, dives on it, then explodes. With a mixture of explosives or any incendiary material, which causes shrapnel of varying sizes depending on the type of explosive material. The larger the materials, the more terrifying their effect. There it is. Wait, wait, wait. The sniper tries to shoot down the drones before they hit their targets, but some of them explode even after being shot down. They seek to find us, detect our positions, and then destroy them. So it is better to blow them up. That is why our eyes are always fixed on the sky. Everyone is afraid, and we are also afraid, but we have no choice. To return home alive and with the hope that everything ends peacefully. Military operation management has changed now, a different military template from what is known. Drones, and specifically combat formations based on electronics, have come to occupy the most important position because it has become impossible to conduct any combat operations without a highly advanced drone unit. And this is an important point. If you have a very advanced drone unit, this automatically means your opponent has the same capabilities too. So you must have an advanced radio-electronic unit to be able to counter enemy drones. These two components complement each other, and they are in continuous competition.
In this place, the residents who remained in the city of Sudzha gather for their evacuation, where volunteer teams and the Russian Ministry of Emergency Situations arrive to evacuate civilians since the Russians took control of the city, and they are transported daily. As individual cases or groups sometimes. the number of displaced people who reached the city of Kursk exceeded 500 displaced people, including the sick and elderly and people with special needs, in addition to those injured by rocket shrapnel and shells of the bloody battles. Volunteer teams linked to the Russian army, as well as the Ministry of Emergency Situations and social institutions, are working on evacuating the civilians who remained in the city of Sudzha and its suburbs.
Let the lady get inside, brother. Let the grandmother stay in her place. This is your place, Grandma. Yes, sit in your places. As for you, get in.
How many people did you evacuate today?
Today, 6 people. And the work is still ongoing. We will send 3 people now. And here, the car has arrived. As you see, there was an attempt to target us with a drone. At this time, the situation is dangerous. Since the shelling is ongoing, we are working to evacuate civilians as quickly as possible. And you too, be as careful as possible. You saw how a drone was shot down.
As we entered the area, we came across an old woman who told us her house was destroyed by a Ukrainian missile.
Right here in this spot, the fire was blazing. Artyom was trying to extinguish it.
It is clear the house was completely destroyed, yet the lady is still here taking care of the sheep and chickens, refusing to go to Kyiv with the Ukrainians or even to evacuate to Kursk after the Russian army entered. The imam managed to convince the lady whose house was destroyed to leave dangerous Sudzha and head to safe areas toward Kursk. He promised to take care of her animals until the crisis ends and reconstruction begins, so she can return to her home. She agreed and left with him, reassured, even falling asleep safely on the way. And so, the evacuation of citizens from dangerous areas continued in Kursk to safe areas. Vehicles arrived successively from the city of Sudzha, transporting stranded displaced civilians in the city to safe areas in Kursk province.
For 8 whole months we struggled to get any heating. We would cut trees to get firewood and put it in the stove to cook whatever food we could to stay alive. The Ukrainians treated us badly. Even the water we got from the river, they put barbed wire on it to prevent us from reaching it. And finally, we started to feel some joy when the shelling decreased. The shelling was continuous, including with drones. They were bombing civilians.
The main and decisive confrontations were in the first 2 days. After that, the enemy fled from the confrontation, so all that remained for us was to pursue his trail, clear the area, and advance. There were 3 towns that remained in the enemy's grip. What they did was they directed bombers towards Sudzha and nearby towns to continuously bomb our forces in an attempt to target our forces and limit our advance.
How far are the Ukrainian forces from Soida city? I think we managed to repel them outside the border village. Black smoke is rising. Are they hitting this area? The border is not far, in principle, and long-range shells can hit the adjacent areas near the outskirts of Sumy. So we are close to Sumy's border. The turn towards Sumy is close from here. Didn't you see it on your way here? It is possible to head to Sumai from here. Most likely they are shelling us from there.
The cells that we have not yet eliminated, whether Ahmat forces or others, are still retreating towards Sumai province and to liberate Kursk. Only a few villages and towns remain, which means that clearing the area is only a matter of time and nothing more.
The Ukrainian forces' entrenchment inside Kursk province near Sumai pushed the Russian president to visit the province, directing his fighting forces to defeat the enemies and complete control over the entire territory of the region.
Our first mission in the current situation is to completely destroy the enemy as quickly as possible after he entrenched himself in the lands of Kursk.
The border between Ukraine and Russia, and here we are talking about Sumai province and Kursk province. Shells are falling continuously from the nearest points on the border confrontation line between Russia and Ukraine in Kursk province, where continuous fighting and non-stop shelling between the Russian and Ukrainian armies. The Russian army advancing to liberate the entire Kursk province, while the Ukrainian army is trying to withdraw completely from Kursk province. It is also trying to infiltrate the other side south of Kursk toward Belgorod province. The battles continued, and Russian fighters along with North Korean forces increased pressure on the positions where the Ukrainian army was entrenched on the outskirts of Sumai province, until the Ukrainian forces were gradually expelled from the towns where they had entrenched themselves.
The units that were at the forefront, some of them from paratrooper units, were directed to liberate the 3 towns we mentioned. I can say here that they performed excellently and succeeded in uprooting the enemy completely from the area. This was done in coordination with an infantry unit and a paratrooper unit.
On April 26, 2025, the head of the Russian General Staff announced full control over all territories of Kursk province.
To the Comrade Supreme Commander of the Armed Forces, today the last town in Kursk province was liberated from Ukrainian military units, and thus the complete destruction operation of the units of the Ukrainian armed forces that invaded Kursk was completed.
After the army liberated the entire territory of Kursk, it continued to infiltrate inside Ukrainian territory, controlling several towns in Sumai province to create a buffer zone, with battles continuing until now to push the danger away from Russian territory, especially since the Ukrainian forces infiltrated Belgorod province and are trying to return to Kursk territory.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Al Arabiya English, your media partner.
Hello and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Al Arabiya English headquarters in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up today, in the context of regional tensions, Saudi Arabia's fiscal deficit widens in the first quarter, but non-oil revenues are continuing to grow. With oil markets on edge, we'll be examining the effects of seesawing crude prices on supply chains, aviation fuel, and the wider global economy. And 1 decade since the launch of Saudi Vision 2030, we'll be examining how the vision has benefited younger Saudis, and in particular young business owners. We'll be speaking to the CEO and the founder of Riyadh-based A1 Architects. And Riyadh Airports Company, which manages and operates King Khalid International Airport here in the Saudi capital, wins 4 international awards. We'll have all the details on that in just a moment. We're going to begin, though, with the latest on Saudi Arabia's fiscal deficit, which widened in Q1 to its highest level since 2018. Well, the deficit, which reached nearly 126 billion riyals, comes as the kingdom accelerates spending on Vision 2030 projects. Well, government expenditure jumped 20% year on year, while at the same time, oil revenues slipped around 3%, that in the context of regional tensions. Well, economists say that stronger oil prices and resilient export flows through the Red Sea could help narrow the full-year deficit. But non-oil revenues are continuing to grow. Well, despite the current geopolitical pressures, Saudi Arabia increased spending on healthcare, social development and citizen support programs, and that's reinforcing long-term economic resilience. Now, continuing tensions between the United States and Iran are having a major impact on global energy markets. And despite normally carrying around 1/5 of the world's oil and LNG supplies, the Strait of Hormuz remains heavily disrupted. Well, uncertainty over supply has triggered sharp swings in oil prices as markets react to mixed signals over a possible ceasefire and the reopening of this key shipping route. Well, the impact is being felt acutely in the aviation, shipping and manufacturing sectors. And in recent weeks, European regulators have been warning of possible jet fuel shortages. Well, for Saudi Arabia, one of the world's leading oil producers and a key voice within the OPEC Plus group, the volatility is once again highlighting the kingdom's central role in global energy stability. Well, to discuss all of this, we're joined here in the studio by Dr. Yousef Al-Shamri, who is the president of the London College of Energy Economics. A very warm welcome back to you. Thank you for coming to see us again. We're also joined by George Houri, who is the Global Head of Research and Education at CFI Financial Group. He joins us from the UAE. Thank you very much indeed to you as well. Let me start with you, Dr. Al-Shamri. This conflict has now entered its 3rd month. I don't know that anyone forecast that. When was the last time we saw geopolitical tensions of this kind having this sort of impact on global oil markets?
Hello, Tom, and I'm very happy to come back to Arabiya English. Well, certainly this crisis is unprecedented. The world oil markets have always seen supply disruptions, certainly since the modern history in the 60s, when oil truly became a global player or an important player in the global economy. We've seen disruption in the 70s. We've seen also disruption in the 90s, in the Gulf War, and in the Arab Springs, where Libya, where oil production was disrupted. But what we are seeing in 2026 is literally, as the IEA have described it, is in fact it combines 3 crises together. That is the first oil crisis in the 70s, and what we saw also in 1979 during the Iranian Revolution, and also the major spike that the world has seen in the run-up to the global recession in 2008, 2009. So I don't remember, in fact, that in any crisis, that we saw a disruption of by more than 10 million barrels, so on physically speaking, despite the fact that prices react differently in any of these events. And ultimately, the world now is running on alternative supply pipelines, that is whether it's in Saudi Arabia or in the UAE, and the strategic stocks that the IEA actually has triggered. But as this crisis continues to last, certainly we're going to have the stocks will go to a very low levels, and we're likely to see demand destruction. So I'm not sure how the U.S. administration is weighing these major consequences that can be catastrophic for the global economy.
Okay, thanks for that. Let me turn to you, Mr. Houri. I mean, we're getting the impression there, just listening to what Dr. Al-Shamri was saying, this is an unprecedented crisis. We're in a situation where Brent crude is comfortably above the $100 a barrel mark quite a lot of the time. I'm just wondering, what does that mean for the regional economy? What does that mean for the global economy?
Good afternoon, Tan, and thank you for having me today. So let's put it in the form of numbers, so everything is clear. Of course, this is from an approximation perspective. A $10 increase in the price of an oil barrel reflects on both things dramatically, on GDP from one side, on inflation from one side. So $10 would reflect for around 0.2 to 0.3% approximately decrease in GDP globally, and it will be mirrored on 0.2 to 0.4% increase in inflation. And this is on average. And this is as far as it goes to the price of oil changes. However, it doesn't reflect on how long the price will stay high. And this is what's critical right now here. What Dr. Yusuf has been mentioning is the fact that we haven't had a consistent disruption of 10 million barrels per day for a long time, if not in history, basically. And we're not talking about 1 week or 2 weeks. We're talking about approximately 3 months. That's 90 days of daily disruptions of $10 billion that are being accumulated. Let's calculate it from a mathematical point of view. We're looking at almost 900 million barrels of disruptions over the past 3 months. Comparing it to the solution that was being provided, which is around 400 million barrels in the strategic reserves that will be released, plus the 170 million barrels that maybe are being released due to the foregone sanctions on Russia as well, is not even close to capture the accumulation of the deficit that has been happening for the past 3 months. And this is only calculated as per today, which means that we have uncertainty in regards to whether the strait will be opened in the next day, in the next week, in the next month. Uncertainty from a geopolitical point of view is still viable until this day today, which makes the situation even worse gradually over time. And this will translate globally, as I've mentioned in the numbers, and even in a more significant manner. And it will translate directly on different sectors, such as aviation, such as fertilizers, and many different sectors gradually. So from one side, yes, prices are increasing, which means that exporters might be benefiting to a certain point from these increases in prices. But at the same time, the exporting oil is decreasing dramatically. And not only exporting, as far as we're talking from a GCC point of view, but also we want to talk about the refineries that were damaged as well, that need months and maybe years to get back on track as well.
Right, okay, you make some really good points there. And just coming back to you, Dr. Al-Shamiri, I mean, looking at the time frame, and supposing a deal is struck today to end the conflict, how long would it take for markets to stabilize from the point of signature of that deal? Are we talking weeks, months?
Well, certainly it's not going to come overnight. First, there are more than 400 ships that are trapped in the strait over the past 3 months. So we've lost something like 1 billion barrels of oil over the past also, if you count all the disruption over the past several weeks and months. In fact, the shut-ins that the Gulf and Iraq have seen are unprecedented. So in Iraq, for example, and in Kuwait, exports have, in fact, dropped to a very low significant level. The production, in fact, many of these countries have also seen no exports at all. The IEA estimates something like 6 months for fields to come back to production levels to before the crisis. But it's not just the oil fields, but also the energy installations that have seen terrorist attacks in various countries. So, for example, in Qatar, the LNG capacity has been lost by something like 17%, and that is going to take perhaps 5 years to restore that lost LNG capacity. Also in many energy installations in Saudi Arabia and other countries. In fact, these installations are also essential to process a crude once it is produced and make it ready to be exported. So I think we're going to need at least 3 to 6 months for fields to come back to normal, and a few years for the GCC to restore its normal export level that we have seen before the crisis.
Right. So what's happened these last 3 months essentially could still be having an impact some years down the line from now, precisely because of the point you just made about the facilities in Qatar. And Mr. Houri, just turning back to you, I mean, sort of a similar question to you, really, but if a deal was signed today or tomorrow and, normality returned, where would you see Brent crude prices settling, let's say 2 to 3 months down the line?
I believe this is the inconsistency that we're seeing in the markets right now. So any signal on whether the situation is going to stabilize in the near future is directly leading to reductions in oil prices, which is not the new direction. This needs to be clear. These are daily fluctuations that are normal to happen due to the announcements, due to the headlines that we're seeing, so on and so forth. However, let's divide it into different ranges. From now up to 3 months to a certain point, definitely, let's say the situation is resolved as of today or tomorrow, the next week, to a certain point, we might see some drops in oil prices, and this is only due to daily futures trading that maybe might be pressuring on oil prices, but it will not be consistent, and we might not be seeing oil prices reducing below the $80 per barrel for the next 3 months approximately. However, it also depends on the agreement that will happen. But there is something that we need to focus on as well here. The shipping routes are changing drastically at the same time, which means that further disruptions, even if the strait opens right now, doesn't lead us to an instant resolution for the energy market as a whole. This is from one side. And from another side, something that we need to highlight on as well, and Dr. Yusuf was mentioning that, which is more on the gas side, LNG in specific, which needs not just 1 year, maybe up to 5 years to a certain point in order for these establishments and refineries to get back on track from one side. And from the oil perspective, also we might see up to 1 year, up to 1 year and a half in some specific countries and some specific refineries, which means that the disruptions will continue to a certain point. But what's more important to monitor after the resolution happens is the demand overall, because inflation and increases in prices, whether we talk about jet fuel impact, whether we talk about diesel impact, and other subprime products as well of oil in specific, will be impacted, and the prices and costs will increase gradually, which will reduce the demand as well from one side, which on the other side might pressure negatively on oil prices in general. And maybe this is the catalyst that will be focused on in the near future, if the resolution happens also in the near future, maybe in the next week or two.
Okay, well, we're talking about inflation. I mean, what indicators are you seeing at this stage? You know, what are the latest indicators that we're seeing with regards to growth, inflation, employment telling us? I know we've only got about a quarter to go by, and even part of that quarter is skewed by a pretty favorable, normal January, February. But any indications that, you know, the global economy is indeed being severely impacted in any of those areas that I just mentioned? Well,
according to the latest data, for example, coming from the US, the economy didn't much get affected by the higher energy prices that we have seen so far. But perhaps it is quite early to measure that impact. Yet, also, the impact here is not expected really to come from the energy prices itself, because, by the way, they have been almost at around $100. But the volatility that the market has seen has been something like 60% higher compared to the pre-crisis or the pre-crisis levels, and that is expected to have an impact on the global trade far more than sustained energy prices. So I would expect that perhaps Western economies in the US perhaps will have far less impact compared on the high oil prices. In Europe, there could be more impact coming from the LNG and gas prices, because there's much dependence on gas, whether it's coming from the Middle East or elsewhere. But I think most of the economic impact could be felt in Asia, because Asians would buy oil from the Middle East at a price that is not the price that you see on the screen, but the dated Brent or the physical market price, and that has had something like $150 and more. Even when Aramco, they would come to sell their crude, now they're putting something like $20 premium to the financial price that we see on the screen. So I believe the economic impact, if we see a slowdown, could be first felt in Asia and then on Europe. But I believe the US will be the least impacted with this crisis that we are seeing now, economically.
Let me ask you one more question about Saudi Arabia specifically, because this is a show focused on the Saudi economy, essentially. We got the latest Q1 figures for the Saudi deficit. We saw that oil revenues are down about 3% in Q1. Most of Q1 was before the tensions even started. But would you expect Q2 to look significantly different to that minus 3% figure?
Well, I would expect that in Saudi Arabia, there could be an impact because, not just in Saudi, but the whole GCC area, because yes, there is an increase in prices that could compensate the losses in supplies. I believe in Saudi Arabia, 2 million barrels of exports are now lost. So they exported around 5 million barrels. But on the other hand, the total GDP can be affected. And the other thing is because there are none other key sectors that have, in fact, been affected due to the crisis compared to the oil sector, perhaps tourism and other non-oil sectors that, in fact, were flourishing in the past few years, in fact, as a part of the 2030 vision. Similarly, in the GCC. So I believe we're still yet to see the impact of the crisis in the next few months if this crisis continues, and because ultimately the global trade will have an impact on the whole area as a whole in terms of the economic activity.
Thanks for that. George Khouri, let me turn back to you. Do feel free to comment on any of what's been said so far. And I want to ask you about, we often hear how Saudi Arabia is described as being one of the world's most reliable energy suppliers. I wonder whether you could tell us in practical terms, what does that actually mean?
Yeah, so basically, we've witnessed what has been happening for the past 3 months approximately. And one of the countries or major GCC oil exporters that were able to keep on exporting to a certain point was the kingdom. And basically, this is due to the different routings that they are exposed to a certain point. And this is one of the reasons to why they are labeled as one of the, let's say, safest oil and energy exporters globally, or at least in the MENA region as well. And I believe this is going to keep on reflecting in the near future, whether the situation is resolved or not, because one of the major exporters as well currently for the past 3 months has been the kingdom as well compared to other GCC countries. Now, what other countries are trying to do, one of them being the United Arab Emirates, is trying to rely on the Fujairah as well port as much as possible. And this is where lessons can be also provided or can be learned of for other countries as well, which is the diversification, which is happening. And we've seen this regarding the UAE and OPEC and the different diversification and the increase in production that will be expected in the near future, which is going to support in the exports moving forward if situations stay like this as they are, or if they worsen, or even if they become better as well in the near future, which gives each country more flexibility, a bit more of as well options to be able to supply more oil globally. So, of course, this will have some pros and cons on the energy market globally, but this is one of the ways to mitigate the current risks that we're seeing or future risks that will arise similar to that.
Since we're talking about lessons learned from this crisis and perhaps some of the legacy aspects of this crisis, do you think we're going to see what's happened these last 3 months accelerate these efforts perhaps to reduce dependence on the Strait of Hormuz?
100%. That's, I believe, it's not just going to be reduced dependence from importers, energy import, but even exporters. And I believe the security risk will always be there. For example, when Saudi Arabia built the East-West pipeline, they invested in this 40 years ago. Perhaps they saw it back then. And I believe now other GCC countries would follow a similar strategy. That's why Saudi Arabia perhaps continues to export compared to other countries. For example, in Kuwait now there is literally exports now are being stopped. Even in, I believe in Qatar, they declared force majeure. So I think even if the strait is coming back on, we don't know how Iran is going to handle the strait, whether there's going to be tariffs for passage, whether there are mines to be cleared from the strait, whether insurance companies will be, in fact, happy to bring back the business as usual for ships passing through the strait. So I believe reducing dependence is strategic, and especially for these exports going all the way to Asia. Perhaps exports going to Europe, they have multiple other pathways through the Red Sea and some others. But I think having a unified GCC pipeline network is a key strategy moving forward in order to reduce dependence.
George Khoury, feel free to pick up on that. And also, I'm wondering whether another legacy or lesson from this crisis, higher oil and gas prices, will mean an acceleration towards renewables and alternative sources of energy. Do you think that's going to be one of the other legacy factors?
This is, so basically in regards to renewables and green energy, this is a topic that wasn't in the headlines for the past, I would say, 3 to 4 years. And if you watch the performances of specific corporations that are actually engaged in this business, they have been witnessing some reductions in their valuations and their revenue, so on and so forth. However, will this change in the near future? I believe still with oil prices being to a certain point stable at around $100 per barrel to a certain point, it still competes with the high cost of energy production that will be generated from green energy or renewables to a certain point. Of course, diversification will be important in this case for each country or each corporation as well at the same time. However, will it be able to replace jet fuel, for example? Definitely not. We're talking about 10x cost approximately of replacing jet fuel with any kind of renewable energy from to a certain extent. On average, we're looking at 3x or 5x the cost compared to $100 to $120 per barrel approximately. So if we want to talk about the replacement of oil through renewables or renewable energy, we would be looking at oil prices of around $300 per barrel, which is still far away from the current reality that we have through the Strait of Hormuz or in regards to the energy prices as a whole. Now, again, I need to highlight on this. This doesn't mean, even if the cost is going to be higher, this doesn't mean that diversification is not important, especially in the Asian markets, where we know that 80% of their reliance of energy source passes through the Strait of Hormuz. So, and they will be impacted by inflation. We already started to see that in regards to their inflation readings, whether in Korea in specific, mostly in Korea, in Japan, and in India and China, of course, at the same time. And we will be seeing some projections in regards to reductions into the expectations in regards to the GDP or growth overall for 2026 and 2027.
Okay, and let me ask you, I mean, I heard jet fuel mentioned there, and that's obviously a hot topic for Europe as we enter the summer months, and it's a busy travel period. There's a lot of talk about European countries running out of jet fuel. I mean, is there anything they can do to mitigate that? And do you think they will run out to the extent that, you know, people's summer plans are going to be heavily disrupted?
Well, absolutely. The issue with jet fuel is that, commercially speaking, we don't have inventories, stocks for jet fuel compared to gasoline and diesel. Even the stocks that we have with the crude oil perhaps are going to be exhausted to supply road transport. Ultimately, globally speaking, jet fuel is something like 6 to 7 million barrels of global consumption. And this is perhaps one reason why it's the last thing that to be looked at compared to road transport, where most of the economy is pretty much dependent on. So I believe now what we're going to see if the crisis continues and we don't have supplies coming back to normal. So I think certainly we're going to see reduced flying activities. Perhaps the air tickets will in fact have a significant increase in prices. And what that means is reduced demand if in fact the supplies of jet fuel is heavily impacted. So yes, I certainly expect that. So perhaps that is going to be the highest sector being hit in this energy crisis.
Yeah, I want to ask Mr. Khoury about this as well, because I know a lot of people, not just in my own entourage, but watching TV, listening to radio discussions. I mean, everyone seems to be talking about this jet fuel shortage crisis. I mean, what's your prediction? I mean, are people's plans going to be completely scrapped, do you think, this summer?
Let's go back to some of the comments that we've heard from the IAG, whereby they have mentioned, for example, the IAG, which is the mother company of British Airways. So we've heard that they have approximately 70% of the supply required till end of 2027, which gives some optimism in regards to the summer season coming in. However, this doesn't mean that we have a solution, because these are, at the end of the day, some inventories or some agreements that are being held. However, if the situation persists and continues, this 70%, okay, will be enough for the next, let's say, 5 to 6 months approximately, or next 7 months. However, what's going to happen after that? So from one side, the shortage in supply is going to alarm the aviation sector from one side, and from the other side, it's going to hit into the pockets of the consumers heavily. So definitely answering to your specific question, are the plans going to change? I believe they already started to change, and we have seen ticket prices, of course, not across different destinations, but on average around an increase of 20 to 30%. This is paid by the consumer. This is aside from the extra cost that is being incurred by the aviation sector overall. And just to highlight on this again, all of these calculations are as of today. And as of today, we still do not see any solution for the upcoming, or resolution for the situation currently, which means that with extra days, with extra weeks, with extra months, the situation is going to become even worse and worse. However, something to highlight on here. Yes, we have this supply shortage, but we will have some stabilization in the future if the situation ends in the near future, because demand will gradually decrease on the other side. And the impact of the reduction in demand will not be felt mostly on the consumer side, but on the whole sector as a whole.
Okay, we're going to have to wrap up. I'd like to just give you the last word in this discussion, since you're here with us in the studio. There's this old adage, Dr. Al-Shamari, that I've heard again this week. I've been reminded of it, that the price of oil rises like a rocket and it falls like a feather. You've probably heard that as well. Do you think that's as true today as it's always been?
Well, certainly the volatility is unprecedented, and it's not reacting to any physical changes in the markets. It's just reacting to the headlines that we hear from, whether it's coming from the US or from the Iranians, or even from what's happening in Islamabad. So there is a lot of speculation in the markets right now. Certainly this is what's now going to have a much bigger impact on the economy as a whole, and also on global trade, because volatility is the last thing that stable energy markets would want to have. And I believe OPEC Plus, which has been certainly in charge of stabilizing energy markets, well, yeah, for at least for the past 10 years, as with these routes blocked, even the incremental supplies we are seeing will not have a major impact, what we are seeing today. So I think this crisis, or this volatility, will continue as long as this crisis is still there.
Okay, we really appreciate you coming to see us. Thank you very much indeed to you, Dr. Yousef Al-Shamari, President of the London College of Energy Economics, and a very big thank you as well to George Khoury, the Global Head of Research and Education at CFI Financial Group. Thank you both very much indeed for your time. Now, it's been a decade since the launch of Saudi Vision 2030, and since then, the kingdom's economy has been transformed and diversified considerably beyond oil. Well, much of the focus has been on young Saudis, those entering the workforce today, as well as the workforce of tomorrow. Well, under the slogan, Our youth is our wealth. The Ministry of Human Resources and Social Development is overseeing more than 20 initiatives aimed at boosting skills, employment and civic participation amongst the Saudi youth. Well, let's find out more now about how younger Saudis, and in particular, in this particular case, a young Saudi business owner, is experiencing the benefits of Vision 2030. We are joined here in the studio by architect Abdelaziz Al Tayash, who is the CEO and the founder of A1 Architects, which is a Riyadh-based architecture firm. Thank you so much for coming to see us.
My pleasure.
Your business was founded in 2018, so that's 2 years after the unveiling of Vision 2030. You do interiors as well as exteriors. Tell us about A1 Architects and how your company came to be.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for having me here. It's such a pleasure. For A1 Architects, as 2018, we started as a philosophy that we want to go into like a global standard. So in 2018, there is also a program under the 2030 vision. It's called like the quality of life. So we want to like elevating this practice, what we call like engineering offices, into something that can combine culture and identity of Saudi Arabia, and that can deliver also the experience. Because in 2018, as you said, the vision is like started. It was like the new trend, and like it's not about just Saudis people talking about it. It's like international thing was. So my belief was to transform this practice into something that we can elevate into like worldwide. So and that practice, when we say we as A1 Architects want to like redesign the experience of the architectural part as Saudi into something that they can feel as a lifestyle. So yeah, in A1 Architects we try to also merge this experience and services into something more and beyond that. It will be like embedded in the client's lifestyle.
Okay. And then I was just reading that under the umbrella of A1 Architects, there's another brand, Zaza Maison.
Exactly.
How does that fit in?
So, while practicing the like architectural practice, it's usually have the full journey of you start with the architectural design, then you go to the interior, then you go to like it's getting smaller and smaller into the details. So according also to the Vision 2030, it's not changing just the market, it's also changing the clientele. So when we talking about the clients in Saudi Arabia, it's about the client now. It's understanding more about the quality of the architecture itself. He wants to elevate his lifestyle, his experience. So in the market of the furniture and interior design, we couldn't find something competing the international platform as a Saudi identity that shows the Saudi identity and into the global platform. So we create Zaza Maison as a design house that can transform this identity and this heritage and this culture into something tangible that international client can also feel and understand the aesthetic of the Saudi Arabia.
It sounds like you got a lot of media coverage when you participated at the Salone del Mobile event in Milan. That was last month, wasn't it? Why was that such a success?
It is the success for me. It is about that a piece or like an architectural design can be like in Milan or in Paris or in London, and can be recognized also as a valuable piece. Just not about the origin, but it's about the quality and the credibility that this piece can deliver to like international visitor.
Okay.
Yeah.
Congratulations for that. Tell us about some of the big projects you've worked on up until this point and what you've got in the pipeline.
Okay, so usually in A1 Architects we focus in the residential sector. So our clientele is more about like Royal Highness, VIP clients. So we not the company that having like 80 projects in a year, but we are very curated to have this project to be not just in our media, but it should be like in the international magazine, because what it can help to the cultural and identity of the Saudi Arabia.
So your policy is more about quality than quantity.
Exactly, and transforming this cultural and lifestyle into something that cannot be held in the just 5 years. It should be like in the upcoming 30 years, it can be significant in the market.
Okay, tell us about the partnerships you've had. Some have been quite successful, haven't
they? In the architectural field, we was doing a great partnership in Scotland and in the UK. So we have a small program that we started in 2020 is to train our team to have this experience abroad in the international market. So we have this workshop in Edinburgh in Scotland, and from that we create great friends and great partners, and we are lucky now to have great fellows that in Scotland with the ADP, that also an architectural firm. So usually we like combined our experience together. It's like a cultural exchange to elevate our local and international project.
Okay, well, that's exciting. I want to ask you, though, as a business owner who's witnessed the transformation of the business landscape here in Saudi Arabia, thanks to Vision 2030, which is now a decade old. I mean, how much has it changed, do you think, compared to, say, your father's day?
Yeah. So according to my generation, that they witnessed before the 2030 and after the 2030. So usually when we graduate from college, it's about having like a secure path and as a career. So what we witness now is like 50 or more than 50% of the graduated students have their own business. They want to be like leader, founder, and to invest in this in their vision. So. And that's not just about the business and the founder. It's about also the client. They don't satisfied about just getting the service. They want an experience that can give them the full expectation according to also matching the vision of the 2030.
But for you as a younger Saudi person, you're younger than I am, how do you feel like Vision 2030 has impacted you?
To be honest, we was lucky as a generation that we was experienced the market, and it's like in the peak. So as Vision 2030, it's like open up like gates to younger Saudis to open like an international, how can I say it? It's like international gateways to our business into like an international platform that
so you feel more connected to the rest of the global economy.
Exactly, and this it's not about open opportunity. It's like changing the psychology of the Saudi youth. Like it's changing the mindset that it will be good in the local market, but also they have the ambition is to go furthermore into not about just being there, no, but they want like elevating the quality of the standard that they have in their business.
So you think overall it sort of broadened the horizons of the average young Saudi person?
It is, yeah, because for my opinion, especially in the architecture, for my side, I didn't love how people understand architecture. It's like a building and drawing and etc. It's like you have like a tool that can carry a message that show the people what your identity, what your culture it is through your work. And that one of the things that we experience at Salone del Mobile in Milan.
Okay, so and you were able to bring talent into Saudi Arabia to see your work, and you're also making your work visibly international.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. How attractive do you think the Saudi market is today compared to before for people who want to enter the market, for people who want to invest in the market?
Yeah. So according to the standard of the Saudi market, it's impact like different sectors. It's not about just the infrastructure. It's giving like the tourism, the public spaces. I'm talking about my experience and also the architectural part. Also, the bigger company want to try something new, combine our lifestyle and our culture into something that they have through their experience. It's not like international market that without an identity or without like a rooted project that coming from a Saudi designer itself.
Okay, and just to sort of wrap up this conversation, I mean, what are your ambitions? How would you like to see A1 Architects expand? Because you still have quite a lot of career ahead of you.
Yeah, thank you. It is, for my opinion, I want to see like the architectural trend or the Saudi architectural style to be like presence in the global platform. And we always see like the Roman classic, and we want like the Najdi style to be like the contemporary Najdi style to be like not just in the local project. I want it to be like internationally mentioned as a style that even a foreign can use it as its own in their own projects. So that's according to A1 Architects. And through Zaza, you know, like thanks for the Minister of Culture and the Royal Commission giving the importance in the art sector. So when we now thinking about the culture, it's about everything. It's like in the lifestyle, in the project, the government project, the private project. It's like embedded now. It's you can feel it, rather than like the previous project. It was like international style, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, it's been great talking to you. We're going to have to leave it there, but thank you very much indeed for coming to see us. Abdulaziz Al Tayesh, the CEO and founder of A1 Architects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
And finally, Riyadh Airport Company has secured 4 honours at the 2026 edition of one of the world's leading awards programmes. The Stevie Awards recognise innovation and excellence in business. Well, Riyadh Airports Company, which operates King Khalid International Airport, received a gold award for innovation in the use of social media, alongside 2 silver awards for social media campaigns and influencer collaboration, as well as a bronze award for innovation in social media marketing. Well, officials say the recognition reflects the company's growing focus on innovation, communication and digital engagement, strengthening its position both regionally and internationally. That's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching the Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
Do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together?
And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
To be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Al Arabiya English, your media partner.
Life is meant to be a celebration. Wise is the person who finds a reason to make every day a special one, said the professor and writer Leigh Ann.
Why do we love to celebrate? To be perfectly dressed, surrounded by people, confetti, cake and fireworks. Does sharing a moment of happiness or sadness with others meet a human need to celebrate or to heal?
Since the beginning of time, humans have feared everything great around them. The sun, the moon, the water, and the air. Yet as they grew familiar with these wonders, they began to celebrate them in their own ways, seeking joy wherever it could be found. From these, they discovered reasons for happiness and turned each reason into an occasion. So came a day for flowers, a day for the new year, and another for spring, which Egyptians call Shaminissi. And for summer, the French invented a festival devoted to music. The 21st of June, when the day stretches longer than the night, and its warm sun, long awaited by the people of the Mediterranean, shines after months of rain and snow. But in France, the 21st of June is not just the first day of summer. On this French day, the streets become a theater without walls. Ticket windows disappear. The red velvet curtains rise, and music is set free, flowing into every corner, crossing the borders of France to more than 120 countries that now celebrate this day as their own. La fête de la musique.
Donc le 21 juin, so June 21st is the first day of summer, and so people want to go out. The weather is warm, especially in Europe, and they need to celebrate. To party, they need music, because without music you can't party. And the idea of turning the first day of summer into a music festival was a brilliant idea that was simple but at the same time clever. And so when people go out, they need music. The music that makes you dance, even if you don't want to dance, you dance anyway and celebrate this festival until the next morning. Time passes very quickly because there are musicians playing for free everywhere. Even the greatest musicians in the world who come out into the streets, sometimes even grand pianos, philharmonic orchestras, and everything. Everyone plays for the population. There is never sad music on June 21st because it's a day of joy. We must celebrate summer.
C'est une journée de joie. Il faut célébrer l'été.
This day was first announced in 1982 at the initiative of the then French Minister of Culture, Jacques Long. Known for his saying, "Music will be everywhere, and the concert will be anywhere."
We cannot live without music. To celebrate, we need joyful and danceable music. For a romantic situation, we need romantic music. And so music has existed since eternity. Since cavemen, we have been making music. We love to dance and celebrate. If there is no music in our life, we cannot live. Once someone asked me, if you go to a desert island, who or what do you take with you? I take a musical instrument with me.
Toi, oui, je prends un instrument de musique.
So we celebrate for many reasons. We don't only celebrate because we enjoy. Sometimes we think that celebration is only a kind of happiness we're enjoying, or traditional, or even a ritual, but it's much more than that. We need it as it's something we need as human beings. So humans are social beings that have gathered around since a very long time. And from early on, we are part of a group. So it starts from the family, and then socially, and then it widens to a wider community.
Today it's music, but since the earliest years of known history, humankind has embraced many occasions to celebrate and to give symbolic expressions to the renewal of time and a lot more. In the ancient rich land of Mesopotamia, the Sumerians and the Babylonians created the New Year with the Aikido festival around 4,000 years ago. Celebrated in April, it symbolized the start of the agricultural season and the renewal of life. And it was Wepet Renpet, the opening of the year in ancient Egypt around 5,000 years ago, marking the annual flooding of the Nile River. Not far away from the Nile Valley, Persians and Kurds were and still are celebrating the Nowruz, one of the oldest festivals that have continued uninterrupted to the present day. It begins with the spring equinox, symbolizing the renewal of nature. It is one of the oldest celebrations still observed today as well, and it follows the lunar calendar and falls between late January and mid-February. The new year did not begin on January 1st until the time of Julius Caesar. In Roman civilization, this represented a historical turning point, as the year had traditionally begun in March. Julius Caesar chose January 1st in honor of Janus, the god of gates and beginnings.
Throughout history, one joy has been shared by all, yet it blooms on different days and dances in so many ways.
In 1162, the Venetian festival was established to commemorate the Republic's victory and soon evolved into an annual tradition. Every year, on the 25th of April, a festival of iconic masks that dissolve social boundaries takes over Venice. It allows people to express themselves freely and transform the streets into a vibrant stage filled with history, culture, and celebration.
We don't only come together around joyful moments, but we mark painful ones. We gather after loss, we create rituals around difficult experiences, not because we enjoy those feelings, but we have a space to feel more accepted. It connects to something deeper, our need to belong. I'm part of this, so I can say that I share this with others. So celebration is not just about tradition or about a ritual, it's also a human way of creating a connection, of reinforcing our sense of belonging, and of turning what we go through into something meaningful together.
One day we celebrate women, teachers, mothers, fathers, labor, Earth Day, while other days we are meant to commemorate, not to celebrate. A day for refugees, for food and for peace? Do we highlight even what hurts? But do we celebrate too much? Does it help generations understand history? Does it bring society together? It was once said that to be human is to connect. When we stop connecting, we start to die. Is it true that happiness is doubled when shared, and sadness is halved when shared as well.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Vatican. Vatican City, or the Holy See. It gained independence from Italy on the 11th of February in 1929. The sovereign independent state has a population of less than 1,000, yet it is one of the most popular cities for tourists. The Holy See, which is surrounded by Rome, has been the home of the Pope since 1378, and is considered the seat of the Catholic religion. And then, of course, there are the very popular Vatican museums, which is mainly why most people fly in for a visit. There's the Sistine Chapel, which is considered the private chapel of the Pope. This is also where cardinals meet to vote for a new Pope. Its ceiling frescoes feature paintings by the great Michelangelo, and the biblical scenes on the wall are by several artists, including Perugino and Botticelli. The gateway to Vatican City is St. Peter's Square and Basilica. It is built on the site that covers St. Peter's tomb. It is considered one of the largest churches in the world. Michelangelo's famous Pieta is also featured in this church. Italian masses are held here every Sunday. Visitors are allowed, but must follow the strict dress code, no bare knees or shoulders. Another attraction unique to the Vatican is the Swiss Guard. They have been guarding the Vatican City since 1506, and today would still dress in the traditional costume. These guards are Roman Catholic Swiss nationals, between 19 to 30 years old, and are high school graduates. On the Tiber River, there's a Castel Sant'Angelo. It was built as a tomb for Emperor Hadrian in the 2nd century. It was built over the Roman walls and has an underground passageway to the Vatican. During summer, concerts and other special events may be held there. It's a great place also just for strolling and enjoying the view by the river. For great eats, the popular ones are also within the Vatican museums. There are cafeteria-style restaurants, a bar, and pizzeria. You'll also find a courtyard with an Italian-style bar with alcoholic beverages. Meanwhile, there are more must-try treats outside the walls of the Vatican. You'll find high-end restaurants that serve sushi, fresh fish, and more. Places that serve quick bites, like cheese and cold cuts, can also be found here. There are also Sicilian restaurants, or Rome-based ones, each with impressive menus to choose from. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis.
It would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are the top stories. China's President Xi Jinping describes Trump's visit to Beijing as historic as he gets an invite to Washington in September. Foreign ministers from the BRICS nations begin a two-day meeting in New Delhi. And Starmer's leadership in the UK looks even shakier after his health secretary quits. US President Donald Trump and China's President Xi Jinping have praised the ties between the two countries during a state banquet. Xi described the visit as historic, adding that it has lived up to people's expectations. Meanwhile, Trump called the meeting positive and productive, even inviting China's leader to Washington in September. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined by correspondent and columnist Gemma White and news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. Gemma and Shane, great to have you on the show with me. Gemma, let's start with you first, because reportedly it's been quite a positive visit for both leaders. But what actually came out of this very meeting?
Yeah, it's been a very successful meeting, and it was mainly about stabilizing the current sort of somewhat tense relationship between the US and China, rather than, digging deep into any kind of joint policy or really solving any of the kind of deeper rivalries that exist between the two countries. Now, both leaders are very keen to project stability, and the tone of the visit has been very controlled and very ceremonial rather than confrontation. There's been a lot of reference to stable relations. And as you mentioned, there is obviously the invite's been extended to receive Xi and his wife in Washington later on this year. Now, the Chinese leader has called US-China relationship one of the most consequential in world history, telling Trump we must make it work and never mess it up. And it's also clear from the ceremonial aspect that they've been taking notes and that they know that Trump loves a bit of pomp and circumstance. That's the way to his heart, as well as some of his favourite foods, which was served at the banquet last night. So in turn, Trump has called the discussions extremely positive and constructive. But after the first day of the visit, sort of several major themes have emerged. Firstly, trade appeared to be at the top of the agenda. Trade tensions appear to have eased. Obviously we've had the sort of tariff wars that have been going on over the past few months. So both sides signalled progress on reducing tariff pressure. with respect to keeping Chinese rare earth exports flowing, which obviously the US needs so much. And then there's also talk of China buying Boeing aircraft and buying more US goods. So the summit did not produce any kind of sweeping new trade agreements, but it did appear to lower the risk of further tariff escalation. We also saw Apple's Tim Cook, Nvidia CEO Jensen Huang, and Elon Musk accompany Trump to China to further business relationships there. Now, obviously, top of the list as well was the Iran conflict and the Strait of Hormuz. Now, Trump was reportedly pushing China to help stabilize Gulf shipping routes, reopen to get the ships moving through as well, and potentially buying more US oil instead of, relying on Iranian supply. Now, also, Marco Rubio did come out and say that when it comes to Iran, Trump did not ask China for anything. He said, we're not asking China's help. We don't need their help.
It's been fascinating. Like you said, we just saw both men on the screen there. Lots of pomp and ceremony. But Shane, like Jem said, not so much concrete deals when it comes to this. It's more been about a PR effort. But Taiwan, once again, under the spotlight, and Russia also on the agenda. What can you tell us about that at the moment? Because we really have to look at those countries too.
Yeah, it is interesting what Gemma said that that the US wasn't asking for anything, but I think if you look sort of deeper, I think that's possibly not true, because it just came out sort of in the last couple of minutes that Trump said that the Chinese president had told him that China will not provide military equipment to Iran. So that kind of feels like a win for the American side of it, because we were talking about this on the show last week and how when Trump was going to China, he was kind of on the back foot, and he's not probably used to being in that position. He's used to being sort of the alpha leader in when we've seen these sort of Oval Office meeting. But I think it comes down to Taiwan, because if you look at the notes that came out from the meeting, on the Chinese side, they mentioned Taiwan. On the American side, there was no mention of it at all. And even the US President of State, Marco Rubio, who's on this trip with Trump in China, told NBC News that the Chinese always, and this is a direct quote, always raise it on their side. We always make clear our position and we move on to other topics. So it's kind of a tricky subject for the US, because they don't really want to get into the Taiwan-China debacle. But I actually think that this is a card that Trump can play, because we always know that he's a very sort of transactional leader, and it's kind of, what can I do for you? What can you do for me? So if he's going in asking for a favor for China to help end the Iran war, and we've seen that there's precedent for this, because previously Beijing stepped in and helped secure the most recent ceasefire. But I think the card that he can play is that for about the last 14 months, the US had approved US arms worth $14 billion to Taiwan, which hasn't gone through and has been sort of in limbo. So I think Trump could delay that even further and kind of push that out even more. And China has said that it has strong opposition to these sales going through, because it doesn't want Taiwan. So there's that card that he could play. And we've also seen that there has been movement on China, saying in terms of military equipment to Iran. So the other element, I think, is another T word, which is tech. And again, at the start of the year, there was a lot of talk about the US didn't want China to get hold of its sort of super chips, the NVIDIA chips. And the CEO of NVIDIA, who is on the trip, was sort of added at the very, very sort of late into the announcement of who was going to go along with Elon Musk and the Apple CEO and various other tech. But the problem is that Reuters has announced in part of their investigation that none of these chips that the Chinese companies were approved to receive have actually gotten these. So Trump is going in with two very, very strong cards. One is the arms deal to Taiwan, and the other one is these tech chips that China really, really wants, because again, Taiwan is is a super chip manufacturer, and China wants its own chips. So I think, unfortunately, if there is a done deal, and this is purely my speculation, that if Trump has gotten China on side to help end the Iran war, unfortunately Taiwan might be the pawn that will lose out as part of this big art of the deal in Asia.
And I think that would be making Taiwan feeling extremely nervous at the moment, if that is the case, really, Shane and Gemma, if we think about it in that way. Because also, if we look broader at the one China policy, it's almost part of Xi Jinping's legacy to regain Taiwan and has it as part of its territory, really, Gemma. So this is going to be a hot topic issue between the US and China for decades to come, like we do see. And it's interesting when we look at China, they deal with foreign policy very differently. It's slow, it's steady, it's very diplomatic. They chip away at the idea.
Yeah, as you say, this is Xi's legacy, you know, and it's not something that's going to go away. But I do appreciate that it's not a subject that's going to be raised, you know, during these talks, because, you know, as we've established, they were largely ceremonial. They were about, you know, solidifying a relationship that's been a bit rocky over the past year. So I can see why it wouldn't be something that was brought to the table. But interesting still, you know, as Shane mentioned, that China does bring it up each time, and the US sort of says, not going to touch that one.
And just a final thought from both of you, because we said Elon Musk has, of course, gone to China. He's actually a bit of a celebrity in China. They absolutely love Elon Musk, as do they love Donald Trump. One of our Chinese analysts was saying to me he's a big hit on the social media websites in China. But Elon Musk has taken his son with him, and the pictures seem to be captivating everyone's heart. Gemma and Shane, your thoughts. Gemma, you have children. Do you think they should go on your business trips with you?
I was literally just about to say, so Elon, I'm going to call Elon Musk's son X because I am not going to attempt to pronounce that name. But I have 3 children, one of whom is 7. And the idea that he would be able to sit through any form of, you know, question time or summit like this is completely unbelievable. But Musk, he dressed up his son in a little Chinese style vest and he carried a bag with a little dragon on it. So are we calling this, you know, toddler diplomacy?
Could be. Shane, your thoughts? Could be toddler diplomacy, yeah.
You know, I think like the British royal family kind of, you know, drag out their little kids from the you know, before they could even walk. So I think, you know, it's just moving into the business world. You know, and also it softens the CEO if you've got like a cute little toddler, because, you know, you're not going to go up and, you know, make the situation awkward. And, you know, if they're sitting there and China starts talking about Taiwan, they can go, oh, look at the little kitty.
A little bit of a distraction. I'll never forget the time when he did take his little son X, I'll call him that too, into the Oval Office, and Donald Trump was giving a meeting and he was picking his nose and wiping it on the table. I just thought it was absolutely magical in so many ways. But stay right there as we move on to another story now. And foreign ministers from the BRICS nations have begun a 2-day meeting in New Delhi. Diplomats from Brazil, Russia, India, China and South Africa, along with other newer member countries, are attending the event. Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi is also there and has called on fellow BRICS member states to condemn the US and Israel over what he called their unlawful aggression against Tehran. Take a listen.
And the Western silence they are met with can only take place if there is a sense of impunity. That false sense of entitlement must be shattered by all of us. Iran, therefore, calls upon BRICS member states and all responsible members of the international community to explicitly condemn violations of international law by the United States and Israel, including their illegal aggression against Iran, a member of BRICS, prevent the politicization of international institutions, and take concrete action to halt warmongering and to bring an end to the impunity of those who violate the UN Charter.
Shane, we just heard there from Abbas Araghchi, and I don't know what you make of his comments, but he's almost asking BRICS to come out against the US, which I think is something that's probably a tall order.
Yeah, I think it is. Like his comments he was talking also as well that Iran was a victim of illegal expansionism and warmongering. I'm kind of on two sides on that. One, I kind of think BRICS has always been sort of like a tier 2 global organization. It was set up to sort of counter Western EU, NATO, the UN, these kind of organizations. But I think if you look at it, originally, obviously, BRICS stood for Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa. But now, since January 2024, they've added Saudi Arabia, Egypt, the UAE, Ethiopia, Indonesia, and Iran. So he's saying that we need to sort of hit out what the US is doing. But then, if you look at Russia, if you want to talk about expansionism and warmongering, we'll come on to it later in terms of what's happening in Ukraine. Iran has been throwing missiles over to Gulf states. There's India and Pakistan. Then we just talked about Taiwan and China. So it's sort of like don't throw stones, and glass houses, that phrase. So, but at the same time, I think because of what's happening in the EU, later on we're going to come on to Starmer in the UK imploding. We've seen tariffs and globalism disintegrate under Donald Trump. So I think actually BRICS is becoming more powerful because we were just saying about how Donald Trump needs China to help intervene with Iran. But so I think because this particular meeting is being held in India, I think is the one that we should really watch as this meeting progresses and what the final declaration of the BRICS members is. Because obviously, like I said, India is hosting this meeting, but it's been heavily impacted by what Iran is doing in the Straits of Hormuz, because 60% of India's oil and 90% of its gas imports come from Gulf countries, which come obviously through the strait. And even just yesterday, there was an Indian vessel that was carrying livestock from Somalia to the Gulf, sank off the Oman, and it was allegedly due to a drone. And so I think that's something that India is going to bring up with Iran. So I think, like most of these kind of meetings, it's going to be very, very tense. But I think the likelihood of them coming out directly opposing or retaliating the US and Israel in the language that the Iranian foreign minister is looking for, I think is highly unlikely.
And as you say, and it's fascinating because this Indian cargo vessel obviously sunk near the Strait of Hormuz. That will be, of course, the conversation. And Gemma, it's kind of fascinating because you touched on it there, Shane, but Russia obviously locked in a war with Ukraine, Iran locked in a two-theatre war, if you want to look at it that, with the US and Israel, and also in many senses Lebanon and Hezbollah happening. And they've got a global platform at BRICS, which many people might find hard to stomach at the moment. But how much of an impact will this meeting truly have on peace talks? How much skin do these guys have in the game at the moment?
Well, it can have a meaningful diplomatic impact on the Iranian peace process, but whether or not it's going to have a decisive one when it comes to any resulting action, that kind of remains to be seen. But the answer is probably no, or perhaps not until, a final peace deal is on the table. So right now, this meeting sort of matters more as a pressure and alignment forum rather than, a place where this final peace deal is going to be negotiated. And the way that they could influence peace talks is by increasing the pressure for diplomacy instead of escalation. And this is important because, as Shane said, BRICS is home to Iran, Saudi Arabia, and the UAE. And also because the 11 members countries are major energy consumers, major oil importers, and several states do have direct influence over Iran's economy and diplomacy. So the more BRICS pushes for reopening shipping lanes and avoiding sort of wider escalation, the harder it becomes politically for either side to abandon negotiations completely. Now, we can also see India emerging as a secondary mediator. As we know, Pakistan has helped broker the earlier ceasefire and hosted the Islamabad talks. But India, as we know, is very keen to carve out its own sort of diplomatic role because it has such strong working relationship with Iran. It also has growing ties with the US, strong Gulf partnerships, and importantly, it has faced major economic exposure due to instability in the Gulf. So the main issue is that BRICS, like any huge organization made up of different nations, it remains internally divided. Iran wants BRICS to condemn, as we saw, the US and Israel, but India is going to avoid directly, condemning Washington. It's very unlikely that it's going to do so. We also have Iran and the UAE on opposite sides of this regional dispute. Then you've got the heavyweight members like China and Russia. Now, they've got the greatest leverage over Iran. So really, if anything's going to come from obviously this meeting and then the summit, which is happening later in the year, it's likely to come from those two nations.
And just a quick final thought from Shane and you, Gemma, because we've spoken about President Donald Trump at the moment. He's in Beijing for this high-stakes summit with Xi Jinping, which has been much anticipated. Do you think the US President, Shane, has his finger on the pulse when it comes to the BRICS meeting?
I think he's definitely going to keep an eye on it, because before BRICS has come out and sort of made statements saying, it wanted to move away from the dollar in terms of energy, and he highlighted that and again used his tariff card. So he will definitely be watching them, but I think the dynamic has changed because of the Iran war, because some of the members within BRICS, Gulf countries, like we said, China, India, and he had a meeting with the Brazilian leader last week. So he needs to get them on side. So previously, if they said anything that kind of riled him, he could just slap them with 50% tariffs and be done with it. But now he needs to play the diplomacy game, which is not his natural place to be in. But he'll definitely be keeping an eye on it, but I think he'll probably be less bombastic in his response to whatever statement they do come out with.
Gemma, any thoughts from you? Just a quick final thought on if you think Donald Trump is too worried about what's happening over at BRICS.
Yeah, for me, we've seen how Trump has dealt with NATO, how he's dealt with the EU. It seems he really struggles with organizations that are made up of, different countries, because he cannot bend them to his will in a way that he perhaps able to, back home in the US. He also seems to me to be spread very thin right now. So, yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how he responds to this, and obviously the summit later on in the year.
Gemma and Shane, thanks for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And at least 4 people have been killed and dozens others are injured after a Russian strike on the Ukrainian capital, Kyiv. Rescuers have been pulling bodies from the rubble of an apartment building on the 3rd day of reported deaths. Moscow has been ramming up its attacks after its 3-day ceasefire ended, and that was on Monday. Gemma, tell us about the latest strikes against Ukraine.
Yeah, so over the past 2 days, we have seen huge waves of Russian strikes targeting Kyiv. This was a strike on a 9-story residential building. It killed at least 8 people, including a 12-year-old girl, injuring at least 44 more and resulting in more than a dozen people who are still missing, according to Ukrainian authorities. There was also a man who died from injuries after a gas station was attacked in Kyiv. Now, there were also attacks on the city of Kharkiv. This was this morning, Thursday morning, and that injured at least 28 people. This is according to President Zelensky. 2 people injured in the Odessa region as well. Now, what we are seeing are the attacks ramping up on energy and railway infrastructure. Now, Zelensky has said that Russia has fired over 1,500 drones on Ukraine since early Wednesday. This makes it the largest aerial attack on Ukraine in a 2-day period since the war began. He also said a further 56 missiles were launched overnight. And he said the aerial barrage came after Russia, quote, stockpiled drones and missiles over a period of time and deliberately timed the strike to ensure its scale was significant, and the challenge for our air defence was as great as possible. Now, he also said Ukraine is preparing a response. Now, Kyiv has announced that tomorrow will be a day of mourning. Now, what's interesting about Zelensky's comment about Russia was kind of stockpiling is that today was the end, not today, but we've just come out of the end of a 3-day ceasefire, which was brokered by the US. And one has to wonder whether that was, truly for, Russia's Victory Day parades, or whether, they were spending that time recalibrating. But this is among the largest attacks Russia has mounted since the war began.
Shane, largest attacks, as Gemma says, since the war began. But I don't know what your thoughts are, because right now Trump is preoccupied with what's happening in the Middle East. So is NATO, so is Europe. So I wonder if Ukraine is just slipping further and further down the agenda when it comes to world leaders. And this is giving Russia the feeling that they can ramp up these airstrikes against Ukraine.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. With Trump and China, we've got the global energy crisis with the Straits of Hormuz. We've got, like I said, Keir Starmer will come to later, imploding. But I think, Ukraine is definitely not getting the headlines it was before. But when I dug into it, there was 4 major things happened in terms of the war in just the last 24 hours. On one side, you look at there was numbers out, and Russia has shipped record levels of oil, gas, and coal in the first few months of this year. So that's positive for the Russian economy and their continuation to finance the war. But then on the other side, the IMF came out earlier today saying that they were going to visit Ukraine in the next couple of months to review the billions that they've given them in loans and what the agreement was as part of that loan. And some of the agreements were that they were going to increase taxation on Ukrainian citizens, and two of the things have been suggested are to put VAT or raise VAT on parcels coming into the country, and also to put more tax on self-employed people, which is not going to be very popular for the Ukrainian people in the middle of the war. And so this is going to be a very complicated time for Zelensky and his government when talking to the IMF about increased funding. And then on the other side, we've got the International Atomic Energy Agency came out earlier today, and they also said that all of these drone attacks that we seen and that Gemma mentioned, there has been increased drone activity in around Ukrainian nuclear power plants, including Chernobyl, which again is quite worrying. You just mentioned the word Chernobyl, and it gives people anxiety. And then on the flip side, on the other side of the world, over in the US, in Washington, we've got the US House of Representatives, who late yesterday got enough, this was mainly coming from the Democrat side, I think, for the Ukraine Support Act. And they had managed to get, I think it was 218 signatures for a petition to bring this to a vote. And when you look at the timeline, that's likely then to be pushed into maybe early June, and then it will go to the Senate, and then it will go to Donald Trump. So it's unlikely to make it through the Senate because it's Republican control, and then Donald Trump, well, it depends on kind of what he's needing at the time when it comes to, he could just veto that. So those 4 things alone, and just in the last 24 hours, have been going on in terms of in relation to Russia and Ukraine. But you probably won't see many headlines in relation to it, because around the world, in the UK, I looked at the headlines, it's all Starmer, domestic politics, or it's what's happening in energy prices. In the US, it's obviously what's happening with Trump and China and the Iran war. So unfortunately, while there is still an awful lot going on in terms of the Ukraine war, I was going to call it a dispute, but it's definitely a war. So I think it is unfortunate that it's slipping down. So I think it's great that we're still talking about it. And even, as Gemma said, it was record levels of drones and missiles. So it does feel like that Russia is using this opportunity for that, everyone is distracted by what's happening in Iran, and that is kind of slightly concerning, I would have to say.
And you mentioned the IMF there and Ukraine's economic progress, but a lot of this talk during the Iran war is how much Russia has benefited economically through the Iran war, and how their economy is actually now looking to be on the front foot and improving, which is raising a lot of concerns when it comes to military equipment and it comes to stockpiling of weapons and the ability to be able to move further towards Ukraine and into the territory. So it's going to be really interesting to see what happens over the next few weeks. As you say, distraction from the US president and, of course, the British one. But stay right there as we move on to another story now. And Keir Starmer's future as the UK's Prime Minister looks even shakier after his Health Secretary, Wes Streeting, announced his resignation. Streeting says he has lost confidence in Starmer's leadership, adding, where we need vision, we have a vacuum. Shane, I feel like this is the story that just keeps on giving this week. It's been pretty incredible, as usual, absolute saga in UK politics. But Streeting's resignation, it was expected. We didn't know when. We finally got it today. But what impact could this now have? Because just in the short term, economically, his resignation, the pound fell, and now everyone's saying, does he have the numbers to trigger this leadership contest? Because it's not even been triggered yet.
No, I do love this story, and there was one of the British tabloids in their sort of humour did say that I think it's Larry the cat has seen 7 prime ministers in 10 Downing Street, while he has been the chief. I can't remember his title, chief rat catcher or something. But anyway, it's the story that just keeps dragging on. But you're right, the Health Secretary has resigned. And there is so much more that has happened beyond him, because he hasn't actually declared that he's going to run for the leadership. But a source, I think it was at a Reuters, was saying that he does have the roughly 81 Labour MPs, because if you want to run and oppose Keir Starmer, you have to have 20% of the sitting Labour MPs, which is roughly about 81. And the sources told Reuters that they think he has that number, but he hasn't actually declared it yet. So, but I think it's quite likely that he will run for it. Then the other potential candidates are Andy Burnham, who is the current mayor of Greater Manchester, and a Labour sitting MP in the Manchester area has announced that he is going to resign. So that will open up a by-election. So Andy Burnham could possibly get in. And then at the same time today, in the midst of all that, Angela Rayner, who was the former Deputy Prime Minister, who had sort of tax irregularities, she has been cleared of any wrongdoing. So that leaves her now she can run for the leadership bid. And if any of these do declare and they find that they have the 81 MPs, Keir Starmer automatically gets through. He doesn't need to get 81 names. But I think it's interesting because if you look at Streeting, he's believed to be and considered very much to be on far right, and obviously Labour is traditionally left. And so the problem is that if Andy Burnham, who's considered on the left side as well, and Angela Rayner, who's considered on the left, if both of those run, the fear is that it will then split their vote, so they get in. So I think they have to decide between themselves which one is going to run. So anyone who's on the right side is likely to vote for Streeting. But I think it is all really quite irrelevant, because I think I was watching Sky News and they did say that opinion polls and what they've heard in the party is that Keir Starmer is very popular with the grassroots MPs, and when it comes down to it, he will survive a leadership challenge.
It's interesting that you say a Reuters report says Wes Streeting has the numbers to trigger this leadership challenge, because lots of other news outlets aren't so sure. They're saying who's doing the counting right now, and does Streeting know exactly who's behind it? Because it seems unclear at the moment. But I was just also having a look, you talk about Andy Burnham and going for this by-election. It will be in Makerfield, and that is, of course, in the north of England. And Josh Simons now holds that seat, and he won that seat in 2024 in the general election, just beating Reform by 10%. And Reform did so well in the north that many people are saying, is it very arrogant, Gemma, of Andy Burnham to now think that he can trigger this by-election, get one of the MPs to stand down, and then he will automatically get a position? Because that's not clear at the moment.
I think arrogance is a key part of being in politics in the UK. So, perhaps that's something that will see him through. There's a lot of pressure on Keir Starmer now, least of all, this new development. But is it enough that it might force his resignation? And it's possible, but it's not inevitable. They say 24 hours is a long time in politics. And we've seen several developments over the past week, and this has dramatically worsened Starmer's position. Obviously, Labour's disastrous local election results, the collapse in approval ratings, growing rebellion among Labour MPs, and now obviously the resignation of Streeting. Now, reports have suggested, yes, there are over 80 Labour MPs who have publicly called for Starmer to resign, several cabinet members having, clandestine behind-the-scenes conversations about it, and Labour members themselves wondering if he can recover politically. Obviously, the main risk for Starmer is a leadership challenge, and a challenger would need significant MP backing, cabinet support, and a credible successor capable of unifying the party. And I'm just not seeing someone in this list. Obviously, they've been mentioned, the names that keep coming up again and again: Angela Rayner, Andy Burnham, as we mentioned, Wes Streeting, Ed Miliband. Do any of those have the cultural political heft to unify the party? Because Starmer, as you said, is still a popular figure. He has the backing of senior party members, including Rachel Reeves and David Lammy. And we must also consider the fact that Starmer himself is refusing to go. He has categorically said he will not resign and he intends to fight any challenge. What I'm personally interested in is what a possible resignation would look like for the UK, and it could not come at a worse time. Obviously, there is a lot of instability in the UK. There is so much global instability, and a resignation could possibly trigger, it will trigger obviously a Labour leadership contest, but it could also trigger weeks and months of internal political fighting. And you have to wonder if the average British voter has the stomach for this. They're already dealing with the fallout from the energy crisis. They're dealing with an increasing cost of living. They're dealing with, the threat of AI, perceived or otherwise. Watching, a political party tear itself to shreds could be, quite a nail in the coffin politically for Labour, who have already lost so much ground to reform. A new leader is obviously going to have their own agenda, but also the UK might see itself kind of locked out of European politics, US politics, because whilst the infighting is going on, other nations are perhaps not going to be so ready to be discussing global politics with them, while they can't even sort of appear to sort out their own party politics.
It's really interesting because you just mentioned what this will mean for the country if Keir Starmer does leave, and he's got the backing of his major party heavyweights and also the Labour grassroots, of course, but he doesn't have the backing of the public. The public spoke in those local elections. Reform won by over 1 million votes. Labour lost Wales for the very first time. They lost Scotland again. This has been a huge unravelling of the government in under 2 years. And Keir Starmer, this is not his first crisis. We must remember the winter fuel allowance. He said that he was going to take that away from pensioners. There was such a backlash, he had to bring it back. The Mandelson saga with Epstein, him saying that he didn't know that Mandelson had such a close relationship with Epstein. So I feel like Keir Starmer is losing the faith of the British public, and that probably means more to the Labour Party than keeping MPs on side, because if the country doesn't believe in you, how can you govern? And I think this is, I don't know, Jem and Shane, what you think, but this is where the major problem is. OK, your party might respect you, Shane, but the public doesn't. They don't believe what you're saying.
No, you're right. But I think if he has the support of the MPs, then unless you're not going to call it, he's not going to call it a general election or anything like that. So, and he doesn't seem like he's going to go anywhere at all. And if he doesn't have to go because he's got the support of the MPs, then he doesn't really need to worry what the media and the polls say. But I think you're right. He hasn't been a great MP or PM even. But I don't think he should. I don't think it's the right time to change leadership of the UK at the moment, as Gemma said. But if I was to be a mischievous journalist, I'd quite like to see Angela Rayner as Prime Minister and see how she would get on with Donald Trump. I think that would be very interesting to watch.
I feel like, yes, we'll just park that where it is, because I think if I comment, I might lose my job. But Shane and Gemma, thank you for your thoughts on that. We're going to move on now. And it's that time of the show where Gemma and Shane have chosen two of the quirkiest stories of the day. And Gemma, yours is about a new nation. I hope I can say it right. Slowjamistan. What is Slowjamistan? Where is Slowjamistan? And why do we care?
Leigh Ann, it's a micronation that is unlikely to ever elect Angela Rayner, so you might quite like to move here. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions here. If you hate Crocs, which is the shoes, not the reptiles, if you dislike people who press reply all on emails, discuss politics, if you've got a thing against people who bite into string cheese rather than peel off it section by section, then I have a country where all of those things are banned. You'd be very happy there. It's called Slowjamistan, and it's near Coachella Valley in California. Now, Slowjamistan is the brainchild of a US radio programmer called Randy Williams. Now, in 2021, COVID had put a kibosh on his world traveling, so he decided to start his own micronation. Now, there's actually a trend of micronations, you know. There's actually quite a few of them. There's quite a few hundred of them around the world. So what he did is he bought a plot of land for $20,000. He put up road signs proclaiming Slowjamistan, his new nation. He built border checkpoints. He created a flag. He created passports. He's even created his own national anthem. Now it's called Slowjamistan. I think it's going to be an awesome place, which is sung to the tune of Elton John's Rocket Man. Now that's completely stuck in my head now. So in this country, Crocs are constitutionally banned, and reply all emails, if you hit reply all, what they do is they send the IT department round to go into your computer and change all your fonts to Comic Sans for 30 days. That's what happens if you break that law. Now, speeding is only permitted if you've been to the taco store and you've bought tacos and you want to rush them home super quick. That is when speeding is permitted. And their national animal is the raccoon. Now, this micronation is perfectly legal. You know, as you see here, they've set up checkpoints. You can pay to be an ambassador, and imagine how cool that would look on your LinkedIn profile, ambassador of Slowjamistan.
I just want to say one thing. I'm wearing Crocs right now. I don't know if I can show them on camera. Maybe I can't lift up my leg. Oh, no, I can't get them in. Let me show you. But I've got Crocs on. It's a little secret sometimes under the desk when I don't have to wear heels. So I wouldn't do well in a slow...
You would be banned.
I'd be banned from Slowjamistan. But I also quite like the idea that he's dressed in dictator's outfit. Shane, I'm not quite sure. Is it a cult? Maybe?
It does look a bit cultish, but I have thought about this before, and I always thought, you know, if I run my own micronation, I would always want everyone to wear like name badges, because I'm really bad at remembering names. So that would be my dictatorial edict number one.
I just wouldn't do it, to be honest. It's too much hassle. But I just want to...
I don't think you'd get a visa to my micronation.
Yeah. Actually, I just want to bring a breaking news line to you that we're hearing from Downing Street at the moment. Gemma and Shane, we were talking, of course, about Wes Streeting. He resigned a little bit earlier from the cabinet, widely speculated he's going to spark this leadership contest, but Downing Street has now come out and says James Murray. So we're hearing right now that James Murray has been appointed as the new health secretary. So we're already seeing those cabinet shuffles happen there. So James Murray, new health secretary. Of course, Keir Starmer has some shuffling to do after Wes Streeting did leave. And Shane, we're going to go to your story super quickly. Bigfoot has been spotted, but this time he's on stage, not in the UK cabinet. Tell us more.
No, exactly. But basically, like Bigfoot has seen a resurgence of popularity across the US. Part of it is there's even Bigfoot the musical, which is off Broadway. There has been dozens of Bigfoot festivals across the whole of the US. And you better get ready to see more tall, hairy men, because there's 6 Bigfoot movies coming out in 2026. And also, I found a website that was sort of for conspiracy, said there's been a 400% increase in Bigfoot sightings in 2026. But I don't want to burst your bubble. You know, I like my science, and there was a Newsweek article quoting the Journal of Zoology from, I think it was actually published like 2 years ago, but still, they said that there has been a rise in the number of bears in parks in the US, and they put a connection between the number of Bigfoot sightings goes up when there's more bears. So unfortunately, I don't want to ruin all of these Bigfoot fans, but it just could be more bears.
Could be more bears, but Gemma, I really want to believe in the urban legend of Bigfoot.
Sign me up for Bigfoot, sign me up for the Loch Ness Monster, sign me up for all of them. Let's have a bit of fun mystery in life, absolutely.
Sign me up for UFOs, I'm in. But thanks to our guest, correspondent and columnist Gemma White, and news editor of Arabian Gulf Business Insight, Shane McGinley. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. G&T, that's coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. From our headquarters in Riyadh, I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, the US President Donald Trump describes talks on day one of his visit to Beijing as extremely positive. Well, his Chinese counterpart, Xi Jinping, echoes that, saying that China's advancement could go hand in hand with making America great again. Plus, we'll be finding out about the World Food Programme's challenge of food distribution in Afghanistan, with the added challenges of regional warfare, supply chain disruption, and inflated transport costs. Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with all the latest developments from Beijing, where the US President Donald Trump is still on a major state visit to China. This is his first visit there in nearly a decade. And already the tone coming from both sides appears to be notably warm. The Chinese President Xi Jinping says that he and President Donald Trump have kept US-China relations generally stable, whilst insisting that the two countries should be partners, not rivals. Well, President Xi even drew a striking comparison between his own vision for China and President Trump's MAGA movement, saying that the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and making America great again can, he said, go hand in hand. All these remarks signal an effort by both sides to frame cooperation rather than confrontation as being the focus of the visit. Well, President Trump, for his part, struck a positive tone at the state banquet and ended his speech by extending an invitation to President Xi to visit Washington in September.
As allies in World War II, President Franklin Roosevelt's mentions of the brave people of China, that's what they were, drew loud cheers in his speeches in the United States, and everybody loved what he had to say, just as many Chinese now love basketball and blue jeans. Chinese restaurants in America today outnumber the 5 largest fast food chains in the United States, all combined. That's a pretty big statement. This bond of commerce and respect that stretches back 250 years is the foundation for a future that benefits both of our nations. The American and Chinese people share much in common. We value hard work. We value courage and achievement. We love our families and we love our countries.
Meanwhile, the CEO of NVIDIA, Jensen Huang, said that President Xi was, quote, so gracious in welcoming the U.S. delegation in Beijing, whilst Apple's Tim Cook called the meetings he'd had marvelous. Well, both were part of President Trump's delegation of business leaders attending the talks. Let's take a listen.
How was the meeting?
It was marvelous. Thank you so much. It's so great to be back in China.
Okay, thank you.
The meeting was incredible. President Xi was so gracious, so welcoming, and welcomed all of us to be part of China. It was an excellent meeting. Thank you.
However, the talks were not entirely without tension there in Beijing. The U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says that Washington's policy on Taiwan remains unchanged after discussions between President Donald Trump and President Xi Jinping. Well, President Xi warned that disagreements over Taiwan, which China claims as its territory, could still risk bringing the two sides into conflict. Well, let's bring into the conversation Stephen Erlanger, who is the chief diplomatic correspondent in Europe for the New York Times. He joins us from Berlin. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Let's start by talking about that closed-door meeting between President Trump and President Xi. It lasted more than 2 hours. That was on day one, yesterday. And I just wondered, from a diplomatic standpoint, whether you view this visit, from both leaders' perspectives, as having got off to a successful start.
Well, I think it has, because it has to, and it was intended to, and it was drafted to. I think both sides had a pretty good understanding of what the first day would be like and what the meeting would be like. And of course, 2 hours of meeting is really less than an hour given translation. I think both sides have a real interest in calming the waters. Trump came into office trying to push China very hard with big tariffs. China pushed back. They've now reached a kind of equilibrium, which I think suits both of them, particularly at this time when China is, in a sense, vulnerable because of the aid it's providing quietly to Iran and to Ukraine, and where Xi is firing generals right and left. So he's clearly nervous about something. And Trump is in the middle of this war with Iran he can't quite get out of. So stability is quite a good thing, I think, both sides.
Yeah, they seem to have found a friend in need in each other. And we saw President Trump inviting President Xi to the White House in September. And President Trump at the banquet said this was a cherished opportunity to talk amongst friends. I mean, do you think these two men actually get along with each other?
Well, I think the two men do. I mean, Trump likes powerful people. I mean, he likes Vladimir Putin, he likes Xi Jinping, he likes Erdogan in Turkey. He likes people who can run their countries and seem in control. He feels like a peer with them. And vice versa. But, you know, U.S. and China aren't really friends. They are rivals. They are, you know, coming close to being peer rivals. And it's certainly in China's interest and Xi Jinping's interest to keep the U.S. sweet, to give China time to develop itself further, which is really Xi Jinping's goal. He's made it very clear. He wants China to be the preeminent power in the world by 2050. And if that's going to happen, he needs a kind of understanding with the United States about how this rivalry should proceed.
Yeah, one of the things that struck me that President Xi said, he said that the rejuvenation of China and President Trump's Make America Great Again vision can go sort of hand in hand. I mean, it sounds great, but what does that actually mean?
I don't know what it means. I don't think anybody knows what it means. It means, let me develop my country and you do your best to create America as you like. I think, frankly, China, in its heart of hearts, and Xi Jinping understands this, that Trump's America First policies, his dissing of his own allies, has harmed America's global reach. It's harmed its reputation. And that is only to the benefit of rivals like China and even Russia. Now, this is Trump's policy. It's not like somebody's making him do it, but he is kind of seems more friendly with U.S. potential adversaries than with U.S.'s traditional friends.
So would you agree with those who say that President Trump arrived in Beijing on the back foot and in a markedly weaker position than perhaps he did in 2017 when he was last there?
Well, that was a long time ago, and obviously, as you yourself said, there's been no American president who's been to Beijing since then. So China is a much stronger country now than it was in 2017. It's richer, it's building more ships, its military is untested, but it is certainly moving ahead on things like AI. It has been very good at spying, cyber espionage. So China is in a stronger position. I don't think the U.S. is much weaker than it was in 2017, but Trump has himself in the middle of this war he can't quite get out of. So, at least for now, Trump does appear to be slightly weaker. But, in terms of the relationship with China, I think, as I said, both of them don't want a big breakup. It started early with Trump. I mean, as I said, he started with very high tariffs. He had all kinds of goals about somehow controlling Chinese exports to the U.S. He talked about his tariffs. That's all calmed down a bit because the Chinese then restricted its export of things America needs, like rare earths. So it's a country that can retaliate in a nice, quiet, polite sort of way. And so I think they've reached a kind of equilibrium.
Yeah, I mean, President Trump has spoken repeatedly about trying to get China to open up. And he said that was going to be one of his main goals, getting China to open up economically speaking. I mean, do you get the impression from what we've gathered so far from this visit that Beijing's prepared to hand President Trump the sorts of headline victories that he needs, particularly for his domestic audience?
Well, up to a point. I don't think he needs them that much, but I mean, I think China has already, for example, lifted restrictions on American beef processors so that American beef can flow back into China. There'll be deals on various things, maybe on airplanes, who knows. Yes, there will be deals, that Trump can point to saying, yes, it's X billion dollars worth of trade. But I think these, don't make a tremendous amount of difference in terms of the real balance of economic power.
Okay, let's talk about some geopolitical issues. Taiwan, perhaps the trickiest issue so far, and that was visible and audible in the speech that President Xi gave last night, in which he said that Taiwan is one area that could trigger conflict. I mean, would you say that's been the only really tense moment so far?
Well, I'm not in the room, so I suspect in the room
what we
there
know.
were tense moments. Sure, no. I mean, but yes, I mean, I think she made a point of saying this very clearly. She, in these opening days, had things he needed to say and wanted to say. Trump tends to kind of be more relaxed about his what he says, and he likes to lay it on about how great she is and so on. But she was sending a message, and the message, is we still want to bring Taiwan under our control, and the American position remains as it has always been, which is one of strategic ambiguity. It's not clear whether the U.S. would come to the aid militarily of Taiwan if it's attacked. She would like the U.S., which provides, I think, 98% of Taiwan's arms, to stop selling arms to Taiwan or to reduce its arms sales. I don't think the U.S. will agree to that at all. So I think leaving things where they are is probably the best place one can actually leave them. I mean, we see China practicing. It's building up a navy. It has practiced putting a ship cordon all around Taiwan. It's building islands out to create airports and ports It's building a Navy that would be designed to push back the American Navy if push came to shove. But at the moment, I think China isn't ready to do that. And I think, frankly, the American Navy isn't ready for it either. So it's better to leave things just where they are.
Okay, and on Taiwan, I mean, there's probably a bit of common ground there, isn't there? Because, I mean, they seem to both be saying two things that were chiming well with each other. One is that the Strait of Hormuz must be reopened. That's an area of common concern and common interest. The other is Iran should never have a nuclear weapon. I mean, have they got, would you say, those two men, the building blocks to perhaps do something about the situation in Iran? And do you think China has any willingness whatsoever, looking at this as being a mutually inconvenient situation, to somehow change the balance and change the situation there?
It's a very important point you raise, because China gets a great deal of oil from Iran. Now, it does so usually in violation of American sanctions, but it does get a lot of oil from Iran, and it would like to continue to do it, and it gets it through the Strait of Hormuz, as does India. I mean, and so it is China's interest to keep international waterways open, and the Strait of Hormuz is an international waterway by law. It should not be held up by any country. There should be no toll being paid. So, yeah, I think China is very interested, and I think China is looking for ways to be important in the world. Perhaps they talked about China helping to mediate. Pakistan now is trying to mediate between Iran and the United States, but it may be that China could play an important, helpful role there, too. So I think this is something, you're quite right, we should watch very carefully.
And just very briefly, anything that China can do with regards to Ukraine? Because obviously President Putin had a message for the leaders there by carrying out an enormous bombardment of Kyiv this morning. I mean, is there a sense China can do something there?
Well, it's a very ambivalent thing, isn't it? Because China is supporting Russia. It's providing Russia not full arms, but quite a lot of materials with double uses that can go into weapons. It is always said that it's against the change of borders by force, and yet it is supporting Russia. So its position is very ambiguous. If China really wanted to help stop the war in Ukraine, it could cut off its aid to Russia.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but it's been a real pleasure talking to you, Stephen Erlanger, Chief Diplomatic Correspondent in Europe for the New York Times. Thank you very much indeed for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Well, let's bring into the conversation David Sedney, who is the former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for East Asia, who also served as Deputy Chief of Mission at the US Embassy in Beijing. He joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us once again here on Arabiya English. I mean, it looks like things have gone pretty well there in Beijing. The only tense moment that everyone seems to have detected seemed to relate to Taiwan, with President Xi warning that mishandling of that issue could lead to conflict. How seriously should we take language like that from Beijing?
Well, we should certainly take it seriously, but it's nothing new. Even the words that President Xi used, his tone, they've been used by Chinese leaders in the past. This is a serious issue. I think what's interesting is the Chinese have focused on that, but the U.S. readouts have barely mentioned Taiwan at all. So clearly both sides have very different worldviews and very different agendas going into these meetings. And I have to point out that the most important meetings are yet to come. This is a small group meeting with President Xi and President Trump. It may end up being even one-on-one. That's the kind of meeting President Trump likes, the kind of meeting where he does real business. So we'll have to wait until tomorrow to find out where any tension points are and where any agreements might have come from, because I would expect some agreements as well.
On another issue, the United States clearly hoping that China could somehow or other pressure Tehran to reopen the Strait of Hormuz and perhaps proceed towards some sort of a deal. Do you think perhaps this idea that Beijing has leverage over Tehran is perhaps over-exaggerated somewhat?
Well, whatever leverage, and I think there is some leverage that Beijing has with Taiwan, is not so much the question as to whether Beijing would use it. And I think they've made pretty clear they wouldn't. Secretary Rubio, in his readout a few minutes ago, said that the United States doesn't need China's help. That's the message that the U.S. has been passing consistently. And if the U.S. did need China's help, China would be very reluctant to give it, because China's interest in Iran go well beyond the present closure of the Strait of Hormuz. It is restricting flow of oil to China. In many ways, China is being affected more than many other countries, but the Chinese have the resources to withstand that. The Chinese see President Trump, and many observers do as well, as coming to China as the weakest U.S. president ever to visit China, and they look to take advantage of that by trying to get concessions from Trump on Taiwan while giving nothing anywhere else.
Okay, and one of the other areas where perhaps some concessions may be sought on both sides on the issue of artificial intelligence. I mean, you've been watching US-China relations for a very long time, and I wonder whether you think the sort of competition we're seeing on the issue of AI resembles a modern-day version of the Cold War arms race.
I think it's actually completely different than the Cold War arms race. Just to use a figure, over 600 million Chinese use AI right now. This is a huge market. It's also a huge potential weakness for the Chinese if they don't get access to the most advanced AI technology, which the U.S. has. So I see the Chinese as very interested in getting the top-level AI technology that the U.S., particularly NVIDIA, whose chairman, Jensen Huang, was a last-minute add to the Strip. I think that is an area where the U.S. has leverage with China. China wants that AI technology, but the U.S. also wants other trade deals, such as Boeing aircraft, such as access to soybeans. But I think all of these trade issues will be resolved tomorrow, and you'll get some announcement of some big deals. But the real question is, does the United States, does President Trump give in on Taiwan in order to try and get Chinese trade deals?
What would giving in on Taiwan look like?
Giving in on Taiwan would be a commitment not to sell Taiwan the same level of AI chips that the U.S. will be selling, that might sell to China. It might mean restricting future arms sales. It might mean restricting the transit of U.S. naval vessels through the Strait of Taiwan. It could mean a number of things. And it's quite possible that any concessions that the U.S. might make on Taiwan won't be visible to the general public for some time.
You mentioned Jensen Huang. He's one of this large army of CEOs that's accompanied the president on this visit. What message do you think having people like him and Elon Musk and Tim Cook and all the rest of them, what message does that send to the Chinese leadership about America's priorities?
Well, it sends the message that trade and economics are a huge priority. The Secretary of Treasury is there as well. They had meetings the day before yesterday. They had meetings today. They'll have meetings tomorrow. And especially, again, the inclusion of Jensen Huang at the last minute seems to me a pretty clear signal that there's going to be some progress on AI that is what China wants. So China looks as if it's going to get something of what it wants. The question is, what will the U.S. get out of it, if anything?
Right, and on the question of trade negotiations, I mean, there were pre-negotiations prior to President Trump's arrival. They took place in Seoul, and it looks like those negotiations paved the way for the summit. I wondered, from your experience and having worked as a diplomat and presumably having seen a lot of these sorts of visits up close and personal, how much of what is agreed on in public has already been sort of negotiated in private long before the leader even lands in the country?
Well, I think the outlines of everything that's going to be agreed on has been agreed to, but the final decision won't be made until that small group meeting between President Xi and President Trump. The Chinese are very worried about President Trump's erraticism, the fact that he can go in one direction and then shift to a different direction very quickly. So I don't think the Chinese will be finalizing the key deals, which are the soybeans, the aircraft, and AI, until they see what happens in that small group meeting. So you're right, all the I's have been dotted, the T's have been crossed on the agreements, but the final signature, final agreement won't be clear until after that small group meeting tomorrow in Beijing.
I mean, President Trump clearly wants some economic wins, and you know we've talked about this probable Boeing deal, some agriculture deals. Will they translate into positive headlines back home, do you think? Because clearly President Trump needs them. He's languishing in the polls, and he's got the midterms in 6 months' time.
Very much so. A perennial in U.S.-China discussions like this are soybeans. Soybeans are huge politically in the United States because in a number of Midwestern states where elections will be contested across a number of races, including the Senate and the House of Representatives in November, soybean farmers are really hurting now. They're right at the last really gasp for them to be able to make a profit this year. So this politically for President Trump, the soybean deal is actually the most important for his domestic political base in the U.S.
OK, well, I'm being told we're out of time. We're going to have to leave it there, but it's been a real pleasure talking to you, David Sedney, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defence for East Asia. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
Now, today is Thursday, and as ever, it is the day of the week when we take a look at some of the biggest stories of the week in the United States. And today our focus is squarely on President Donald Trump's visit to the United States. Well, to discuss how that's been going, we're joined from Florida by Angie Wong, a Republican strategist and friend of the program. Welcome back to you, Angie. We're also joined by Hank Scheinkopf, who's a Democratic political consultant who joins us from New York. Welcome back to both of you. Angie, let me start by asking you. I mean, red carpet welcome, a lavish dinner. President Xi has now been given a White House invitation for September. I mean, looks like everything has been going pretty well. What's your interpretation?
Yes, day one kicked off with a blast, and President Trump loved the red carpet rollout. He was treated like a royal, which I think President Xi had learned very well from President Trump's previous visits and also his visits to England. So I think he was trying to imitate that. It was great to see the Chinese children as well waving the red flag. They had a marching band playing YMCA, President Trump's favorite rally song. So all of it went well. The pageantry was perfectly set, which also set the tone for how they were going to speak to one another. They just came out of a 2.5-hour meeting where, you know, various demands were made. But it seems as though the delegation knew exactly what the sensitivities were. They knew exactly where the red lines were. And she kind of pressed Trump a little bit more on Taiwan than I think Trump knew how to deal with. Certainly Marco Rubio, who gave an interview to an American station, had suggested there's a lot of sensitivity there. I think that is the one hard line that we don't know which way that goes, the Taiwan-China issue.
OK, so Taiwan we'll be talking about in just a moment, but just to get a sort of a broader picture of what Hank thinks. I mean, President Trump, we were told by many of our guest commentators, needed some good headlines out of this trip. I mean, when you look at the U.S. media today, is he getting them?
The Trump majesty and his ability to make sure that the headlines kill the story that's bothering him at that moment, pretty clear. China kills Iran as far as he's concerned in the American press. But the problem here is the South China Sea, the United States strategic relationships and requirements and treaties with Australia, New Zealand, and other countries in the region, and Japan. The Chinese want everything they want. They want their nuclear fleet undeterred in that part of the world. They want Taiwan. They want Taiwan's industry, and they want the United States to back off. And they want to continue their business with Iran. It's just that simple. And if Trump cannot resolve, Trump is going to have lots of problems resolving any of that in short meetings with people who have one desire, which is to make sure the United States does not control that part of the world.
But Hank, is President Trump getting some favorable coverage there in the U.S.?
Absolutely. Why? He always does this. Whenever there is a crisis, whether it was Epstein, whether it is Iran, he finds stories that step on the problem at the moment. And he's doing this very brilliantly, which is what he's great at.
OK, Angie, I mean, clearly President Trump thinks the talks with President Xi went extremely well. I mean, so far, he said that they were extremely positive and productive yesterday. I mean, beyond all the nice words and the smiles and the symbolism and everything, I mean, has anything concretely been achieved, do you think?
I agree with Hank. I think China wants what it wants, and whether Trump is in the presidency or not, it's still wanting to get that. See, you have to understand, Xi Jinping, he thinks in decades. He doesn't think in election cycles. He understands that President Trump will be out of office in 3 years' time. So he could say all the short-term victory words that he needs to say for President Trump visiting his country and giving him a warm welcome and giving him all the kind of words that he needs to hear right now in order to essentially make Trump not the troublemaker in his country. So I think we're seeing a little bit of that. Ultimately, Hank is absolutely correct. Xi Jinping, China, they want Taiwan. They want to have the South China Seas. They want to be able to do business with Tehran or anyone else without the interference of the U.S. And they're going to get that because, again, they think in much longer term in decades versus what President Trump, Marco Rubio, and the others are there for, which is just a few more years in office here in the U.S.
And Hank, I mean, just looking, and drawing on what we were saying earlier on, I mean, President Trump needs some good headlines. He's, by some accounts, according to some analysts, he walked into China, arrived in China weakened. He's got inflation. He's got court battles over his tariffs. He's got this unresolved Iran conflict that I'm sure will come up time and time again in this discussion. I mean, do you think the Chinese side sensed they had the upper hand before President Trump had even arrived?
They always sense they have the upper hand. Again, Angie is exactly correct. You're talking about a country and a nation extraordinary in size and in population and in possibilities that has a 6,000-year history, and that's how they view their world. And anybody who doesn't share that, any group that doesn't share that kind of history is someone they view as, frankly, not on the same level. And it is about decades. And the Chinese are in a better position, except their population is shrinking, their industrial capacity is shrinking, their ability to finance is shrinking. They're not in great shape either. So Trump is in a great historical moment. The question is, can he do something to get his party reelected in the fall? That's part of it. If he gets the tariffs under control and soybeans, for example, in the United States are exported at the levels they ought to be, then he wins more votes. I mean, we'll see what's tangible. And it's about politics. It's not about anything else.
Okay, I mean, Angie, the Republicans that we're hearing from all argue that this personal diplomacy and this personal rapport that President Trump has built up with President Xi over several years is delivering where previous administrations failed. I mean, what do you think they make of President Trump in China?
Well, I was looking at the Chinese newspapers today, and there's some that really love that Trump is there. Certainly, the Hong Kong papers love that. They really feel like President Trump is there to deliver not only for China but also for Hong Kong, who has their own democracy issues, and Jimmy Lai and other issues, and Marco Rubio is certainly on top of that. But I think what Trump is delivering is absolute beyond diplomacy. He knows exactly how to charm Xi Jinping in getting what he wants. And what has Trump walked away from? The early talks were, well, more U.S. business investments, agricultural investments and purchases by China, AI, and hopefully help with reopening the Straits of Hormuz. Whether or not China can deliver that, that's a whole other issue. But what Trump is actually giving to Xi that is so soft power that Xi has been wanting his entire career is that Trump sees Xi Jinping as an equal world leader. And Xi Jinping has had 40 years to build up to this point. So I think Trump is giving him that respect. And I think that's what Xi is responding to. He even said, he wants to help make America great again, which I thought was great during the banquet speeches. So there is clearly a special relationship between the U.S. and China. It's really now down to the details and how they deal with that going forward.
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of a love-in, wasn't it, last night there in that at that state dinner. And Hank, I mean, this is the first visit by a U.S. president to China since 2017. Donald Trump was, in fact, the last president to visit China. Why didn't Joe Biden ever go there?
Who knows? But Trump is making the right move by going there. Personal diplomacy matters. I guess Biden didn't get that. But again, this is a competitive relationship between two extraordinary powers, both of whom can blow the world up. And make no mistake, the Chinese are very serious about getting the United States out of that part of the world. The Iran issue is an easy one for the Chinese if they choose to participate and help Trump out of that problem. The rest of it, it's about the South China Sea and Taiwan. And any American who thinks otherwise is fooling themselves.
Right. So when you hear Democrats, Hank, saying President Trump is being too soft on China, what do you say to them?
I'd say be very careful when you want to have a confrontation with a nuclear power that has a nuclear fleet paid for, frankly, by your balance of trades payment dollars a long time ago, and a blue water fleet that is absolutely unequaled in that part of the world, and maybe in the rest of the world. Be very careful for the confrontation you create.
Okay, we're going to come back to geopolitics in just a minute and look at some of the issues that might or might not be resolved during this visit. But Angie, I was just looking at your Twitter feed or your X feed, and I can see that you highly approve of President Trump's decision to bring that large entourage of CEOs with him. What do you see as being the main benefits of that?
Oh, well, President Trump is bringing the heavyweights of the American economic powers with him to show Xi Jinping, look, I may only be in office for 3 more years, but look at these long-term contracts that China can have. It shows two things. One, it shows the respect that President Trump has for Xi Jinping in that he understands that China is very, very transactional, and he's willing to bring trillions of dollars of business if there is some sort of partnership between the U.S. and China. And two, it shows that the heavyweights, the CEOs, the business titans, the tech titans that he's bringing on board on Air Force One to Beijing, it shows that, well, President Trump understands that these CEOs have deep ties in China and they're already doing business with China, so that, these guys are behind me. If you don't do a deal with me, Xi Jinping, then I may move these guys somewhere else, maybe to India, maybe manufacturing to a different country. So I think that's a leverage that he's playing. These are all soft powers. Xi Jinping, of course, loves the celebrity of this, loves the world news coverage of all these world leaders going and CEOs going to his country where he's playing a great host.
And Hank, this is all new, isn't it? Because we were speaking yesterday to a former aide to President Bush, who said that in his day, when he accompanied President Bush on 2 trips to China at the start of this decade, he didn't go accompanied by dozens of CEOs. I mean, do you approve of this?
Absolutely. I think Angie's analysis is correct. And we ought to make note that the first president who went to China and opened that door was Richard Nixon. We forget that. He was a Republican, and the Republicans have a longer world and business view. The Democrats do not. But again, I think defense issues are really paramount. This is a way of putting off the ultimate confrontation, which will be about Taiwan. The Chinese have sent a very clear message when they went after the Coast Guard in the Philippines and attempted to bust through it to let people know that they're not fooling around when it comes to control of that part of the world. The United States is going to have to make a basic decision. Can you mollify the Chinese by doing business, or can you? And if that's the case, will that put off a confrontation in that part, in those waters where you have 2 highly competitive, highly active, and highly trained and highly sophisticated nuclear powers at work?
Okay, so essentially President Trump combining economic statecraft with diplomacy. And Angie, I want to ask you, I mean, this issue of President Nixon's visit in the 1970s has come up more than once in the last 24 hours, speaking to our guests. I mean, some suggesting this is the most consequential visit since that visit by President Richard Nixon. Would you agree with that?
Oh, 100%. In fact, watching the imagery overnight of President Trump in China brings up all the imagery of Nixon going to China. It was historic. This is certainly a trip for the history books. But more importantly, if this is done right and the details are hashed out right, this could be the deal of the century. This is a U.S.-China deal, the 2 world powers having a partnership. And that's what they said during the banquets. Those were the words, a partnership, a strategic partnership versus being adversaries. If those words are true, this would be the deal of the century.
Okay, so clearly the 2 sides showing a willingness to work together. Let's talk specifically about Iran, Hank. I mean, they seem to agree on a couple of things there, namely the Strait of Hormuz must be reopened and Iran must never have nuclear weapons. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good starting point for discussions. Are you expecting progress?
It's possible, and it's also not possible. The Iranians are very, very, let's say, tough and smart. People confuse the fact they're not Arabs. They're very different. Their brains function differently, and they want to control that part of the world. The underlying issue is, frankly, the battle between the Sunnis and Shias, which has been going on for 1,300 years. So you put all that in a barrel, you come up with a mix that's very hard to get past. Can the Chinese exert pressure on Iran? Maybe. Do the Americans need that? They need that publicly, at least. And that's a move for Donald Trump to make that could, frankly, give him tremendous electoral edge in the United States if he's successful.
Angie, what do you think? Because it sounded like President Trump was trying to manage expectations downwards with regards to coming back from Beijing with something, some sort of progress on the Iran dossier at any rate. I mean, is there anything China can realistically do?
Yeah, I think Hank is absolutely right. I think the read on that is correct in that although China can assert economic pressures onto Tehran, can it really deliver for Trump? Can it really remove hundreds of years of, ideology and religion and, how Tehran runs as a nation? I think the real question here is will China be able to give Tehran economic incentives, so much so that it overrules or trumps the ideology objectives in this conflict. So I don't know if that's going to happen. Certainly, China wants the straits to be reopened for economic reasons, but can it actually have that pull? And we're going to see after Trump returns back to Washington whether or not calls are to be made by China and whether or not they're actually effective.
Right. I mean, it's in both their interests, isn't it? I mean, China gets the majority, I think more than half of its energy from the Middle East, and much of it obviously coming through the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, is there something that China could ask President Trump for in return for picking up the phone and calling Tehran and trying to dial things down?
Who knows what they're looking for, really? One thing is sure, though. If I were a European today, I'd realize how ridiculous I am and how much power I don't have. Because if the President of the United States has to go to China to get the Iran conflict at least moved along, can you imagine what the Europeans must be feeling today and how powerless they are? What Donald Trump is showing the world is that the power of the future is not in Europe. He's been very clear about it, but it is in the Far East, and it is among the Chinese, and it is with the Americans. If they can work out this moment, it would be pretty extraordinary.
Okay. Let's talk about Taiwan. We've touched on it already, but I mean, it sounds to me, and Angie, I'd love to get your take on this. That's the one issue where there was perhaps a little bit of friction yesterday. Is this the one sort of hot topic that perhaps is proving to be most thorny and potentially most contentious?
Yeah, I mean, the Chinese embassy in Washington has already signaled prior to this trip to the White House that they want to discuss Taiwan. And I think President Trump is trying to straddle both. He wants to keep Taiwan as a strong military ally of the U.S., but at the same time, he understands that he may have to sidestep Taiwan in order to get all his economic incentives through with Xi Jinping. So I would not be entirely surprised if President Trump does not bring up Taiwan all that much, although I would love for him to address it very publicly after his trip to Beijing. I have a feeling he may just not go in that direction whatsoever because of all these business deals that he was able to make. And he wants to make sure that the ink is dried before he takes a hard position on Taiwan. Certainly the Taiwanese is watching this meeting with great interest because they want to know where they stand with the United States.
Hank, do you think President Trump's calculation might be at one point? I mean, Taiwan is perhaps more trouble than it's worth. I mean, do you see him reaching a point where he perhaps cuts Taiwan loose?
Look, anything's possible in this administration. The fact that Taiwan exists as it exists is an American invention. It's a function of the Chinese Civil War that ended with Chiang Kai-shek leaving, and the creation of Taiwan. But the real issue here is not just military and pride. It's about the economic nature of what Taiwan stands for. Let's see, they're the largest circuit board maker in the world. They're the largest circuit maker in the world. They are extraordinarily important economically. Do the Chinese want to have control? Yeah, they do, the same way they want to have control over Hong Kong. It's an economic move. Will Trump permit this? He can't permit it. Can he come up with some reasonable economic solution? Maybe. And that's the direction he ought to go in. But absent that, it's hard to imagine the United States doing anything that would lose Taiwan. Why? The United States would lose face, particularly in that part of the world, which would not be good news.
Okay, let's talk about Russia for a moment. Hank, let me stay with you for a moment. How do you think Moscow likes seeing President Trump and President Xi cozying up to each other and lauding each other and sort of talking about how to make America great again collectively, all that sort of thing? How do you think that sits with President Putin?
Probably part of the calculation that Trump had in his mind and that Rubio had when they were discussing this trip is how this would play with the Russians. The Russians have to get out of Ukraine. The only question is when that occurs. Their economy is in shambles. It's a gas tank with an atomic weapon. It doesn't make Putin feel very good about this at all.
Angie, what do you think the Russians make of this sort of rapprochement, this thaw in relations between the US and China?
I think it's partly expected. I mean, certainly Vladimir Putin's watching this with great interest today, but he's also made an appointment with Xi Jinping following President Trump's trip. So they're all going to be talking, and they're all already talking. Just a few weeks ago, the foreign ministers had met with both Putin as well as the Chinese. I'm talking about the foreign minister of Iran. So you know that all of this is being done in concert. Everyone knows each other's moves. It's whether or not, how do we bring the U.S. into the fold? How does everyone come away winning and looking good after the summit? I think that's what's being figured out right now. Marco Rubio is behind the scenes. I love that he understands the sensitivity of every player involved here. And that is not being very publicly spoken about, but I have a feeling that a deal could be made where everyone wins. And I think that's what President Trump, Marco Rubio, and the entire delegation, the U.S. delegation, is trying to pull off here. We only have one more day left of this when they return back to Washington. Let's see how everyone reacts to this trip. But so far, I think President Trump understands how each and every player is working. And, this is a long shot, but, the Ukraine-Russia war could be solved through some of these talks.
Okay, Hank, just wrapping up with you. If trade ties are stabilized, cooperation with Iran or some sort of an Iran deal is struck on the back of some Chinese intervention. There's better communication between Washington and Beijing. Do you think we're going to be talking about this trip to China by President Trump as perhaps being his greatest foreign policy achievement?
Unquestionably so. There's only one thing hiding behind the scenes that we haven't discussed here, and that's North Korea. You get the Chinese in a different setting with yourself, you deal with the North Korean problem much more easily. North Korea has been very clear about what the intentions are. Their new nuclear capacity has been discussed. They're improving all the time. It's a problem for the United States because of that DMZ in Korea is the most dangerous place in the world. That's also on Trump's agenda. The question is how he gets the Chinese to help him solve that problem, and they can if they choose to.
Okay, well, we've covered a lot of ground in not very much time. Thank you both very much indeed. Hank Scheinkopf, you've had the last word. Thank you to you. Angie Wong, always a pleasure having you on the program as well. Thanks to you as well.
Thank you.
Well, with multiple crises unfolding across the world, we're going to turn our attention now to what these crises mean for humanitarian matters. Well, our next guest has recently returned from Afghanistan, where the situation has been described as a nutrition crisis. We'll also look at how conflict, border instability, and disrupted supply routes are affecting aid delivery, not just in Afghanistan, but across other key flashpoints, including Gaza and Lebanon. Well, let's speak now to Carl Scow, who is the Deputy Executive Director and Chief Operating Officer of the World Food Programme. He joins us now from Cairo. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us, Carl. I gather you've just returned from Afghanistan, and I'd like to start by asking you how you would describe the overall humanitarian situation there.
Well, let me start by saying that I was really shocked by the malnutrition crisis that we are seeing. We have seen an unprecedented surge in cases of malnutrition. Almost 5 million women and young children are now suffering from malnutrition, and we by far don't have the resources and the capacity to respond to that. I was in Jalalabad at one of the health centers, hundreds of women lined up, and they were turned away, moving away with nothing, having spent hours going there with children who are basically dying of malnutrition. Secondly, the country has gone through crisis after crisis. It's earthquakes, floods, deep cuts in foreign aid, and now, of course, the shockwaves from the Middle East and the conflict with Pakistan. And so it is really a country that is struggling. And third, then, they have seen massive returns. Last year alone, 2.5 million people returned from Iran, from Pakistan, and this year already 500,000. I was at the border. There are about 1,000 people that continue to arrive every day at that border. They arrive with absolutely nothing, and they, of course, arrive then in a country that is already on its knees economically. So it's a very complex crisis, but certainly not getting the attention or the support that it deserves.
Indeed, and it's a landlocked country as well, isn't it? And it borders Pakistan, and we mentioned that it's got a conflict brewing there. That's on one border. It's got Iran on another border. It borders Kashmir. It also has Tajikistan, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan on its other borders. And I'm wondering whether those countries have now become the main focus for the World Food Programme for the delivery of food.
Well, so we continue to have discussions with Pakistan and Afghanistan to try to find a humanitarian exemption to the closure of the border. But yes, indeed, we have had to reroute nutrition commodities that were destined for Pakistan that we first thought we would take through Iran. When that then was closed, we had to take it all the way around through Turkey, the Caspian Sea, and then Turkmenistan. Obviously, that takes much longer time. It's much more costly. We anticipate that, should we not have these restrictions on our supply chains, we could help about 1 million more people. So yes, it is, it takes time. It is cumbersome, but ultimately it impacts how many people we can serve and how many children and women we can save.
I mean, Afghanistan's got a population of somewhere between 40 and 45 million people. I mean, what percentage of the population would you say is at risk of serious food insecurity right now?
As I mentioned, we are talking about 5 million people who are seriously malnourished. But on top of that, we're talking about around 14 million people who are acutely food insecure. And then on top of that, of course, we have seen now almost 3 million people in a year and a half that has come back as returnees with basically nothing. So it is a massive humanitarian crisis. And we have been funded as WFP only by 10% of our overall required needs. So it is really a funding crisis. I don't think there is any place where the needs are so high and the funding is so low. I mean, certainly we're struggling in many of our operations, but this is particularly tough. And of course, now these serious supply chain constraints are posing additional challenges.
Right, and presumably the cost of transport is up considerably, and world leaders presumably aren't feeling as generous as they would ordinarily, given that there is a good deal of economic uncertainty in the world right now. I just want to go back to talking about Afghanistan specifically, though. I mean, it's a large country. Does that food insecurity vary much from one region to another, or is it uniformly a grave situation?
It does. I mean, there are certainly pockets that are worse off, especially those who have been closed off over the winter by lack of access. But I would say that there is no part of the country that is completely spared. And of course, these returnees end up everywhere, and they end up in communities who are already struggling. I would say here that it's quite impressive how both the Afghani authorities, but also not least the communities and families, have been welcoming to these returnees. I mean, these are people who, sometimes have lived outside Afghanistan for 2 generations. They all of a sudden come back. Some of them don't even speak the language, but still the spirit is really one of welcome and one of hospitality and generosity. Again, but they are doing that in the midst of massive struggle. And so, the least thing that the international community can do is to step in and support in whatever way we can. Obviously, there are also concerns around human rights, not least women's rights in Afghanistan. And that's an agenda that we need to keep pushing. And we're also doing that through our assistance, empowering women and reaching women wherever they are.
I mean, when we talk about the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, I mean, most people immediately think about oil and how large amounts of energy that's usually delivered to the world is not being delivered due to the blockage there. But there's also the fertilizer dimension to all of that. And I'm wondering whether the blockage of fertilizer from reaching markets where it's needed potentially means that from a food point of view, the worst is yet to come.
I mean, there are so many layers right now in the crisis in the Middle East. The most immediate humanitarian impact is, of course, Lebanon, with hundreds of thousands of people that have been displaced that needs our support. The second layer is what we've talked about, the kind of supply chain disruptions, the increased cost of doing business that, we anticipate that already about 1 million or 2 million people less are being assisted every month because of those increased costs, because of those delays in supply chain. But then there is a third layer, which is really the impact globally on food security. I mean, the price of energy correlates very much to the price of food. So where we see in countries where people are really poor, they already spend all their available resources, basically money on food, and they're eating much less. And we estimate that some 45 million people will be pushed into acute hunger by July if the oil price remain over $100 per barrel. But then you point to a risk that is further down the road, even, which is, that 1/3 of the fertilizer come through the Strait of Hormuz. And that is going to have a hit on agriculture, not least on the Horn of Africa and Southern Africa, where this is the main source. And those are consequences that we will only see, 3 to 6 months from now. And so, ultimately, we need an end to this crisis so that world markets and certainly the food systems can be restored.
I mean, clearly there are multiple crises, and we probably don't have enough time to talk about all of them, but they all deserve considerable attention. I mean, I wondered whether you could perhaps, though, give us an update on what your teams are telling you about the situation in Gaza right now.
Well, before the war in the Middle East, we were really trying to push to move beyond humanitarian. Can we do something to restore some normalcy, some dignity, expand our cash program so that people can buy themselves the food, but then markets need to function, of course. We have insisted that we need to improve the shelter situation, the water and sanitation, bring kids back to some kind of temporary schooling. So, that was the emphasis a month ago. Well, now I fear that we have kind of taken a step back, rather, and we're trying to regain, the access, the volumes that we had before the war. But certainly I hope we can quickly do that, and so that we then can expand beyond, just providing the basic life-saving assistance that we're doing now.
I mean, up until this point, you've painted a picture of, we've talked about world economic insecurity and uncertainty. The UN is clearly underfunded at the moment. Transport costs have gone up, and there's conflict on the border of many of the countries that we've been talking about, or if not in the countries themselves. I mean, have you ever known such a challenging environment in which to do the sort of humanitarian work that you and the World Food Programme do?
I have colleagues who have been in this business even longer than I have, 40 years, 45 years, and they say that they've never seen anything like it. So I think it's fair to say that this is unprecedented. The needs have never been so high, but also then the gap between the needs and the resources have never been wider. On top of that, it's never been more dangerous to be a humanitarian. We've seen many colleagues paying the ultimate price. And so, indeed, it is an unprecedented, difficult time to be a humanitarian.
And just lastly and briefly, if you don't mind, Carl, I mean, if someone's watching and wonders what they can do to help, what's the answer?
Well, it is to, of course, contribute. Everyone can contribute to the UN, WFP, go on to our website or our app, but also to engage and to make sure that governments continue to not only contribute financially, but that governments try to bring an end to these conflicts. Ultimately, that's what needs to happen. 70 to 80% of the needs in hunger are driven by conflict. So that is really where the focus needs to be.
All right. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us at what's clearly a very busy time for you. Carl Scow, Deputy Executive Director and Chief Operating Officer of the World Food Programme. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you for having me, Noel.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs. But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Africa is at a crossroads. Amidst vicious global competition, Africa must forge its own path and secure a place at the table. In May 2026, Africa's business and political leaders will unite at the Africa CEO Forum Annual Summit to set the course for the continent. Join us and shape the future of Africa.
Al Arabiya English, your media partner.
Now, it's been almost exactly 50 months since the war in Ukraine began. But we don't know exactly how many people have been killed since the Russian invasion began in February 2022. But the death toll on both sides is believed to be well into the hundreds of thousands. Well, the war has also affected millions of people in Ukraine and beyond. And we're going to discuss that now with the Ukrainian football player Anatoly Trubin. Well, originally from war-torn eastern Ukraine, Trubin is now at the very top of European football, becoming one of the world's elite young goalkeepers. Well, currently with the Portuguese side Benfica FC and also goalkeeper for the Ukrainian national team, Trubin stunned Real Madrid and the whole world earlier on this year with an unforgettable last-minute Champions League wonder goal. Well, we're going to speak to him now. We'll be discussing his upbringing in the war-torn part of Ukraine, the Donbass. We'll also be speaking about his journey from a young boy chasing a dream to becoming one of Europe's elite goalkeepers, working under Jose Mourinho. And needless to say, I'll be asking him what it was like to score that sensational goal in January. Well, we're joined by Anatoly Trubin, goalkeeper for Benfica FC and the Ukrainian national team. Thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. You're 24 years old now, and you were just 20 when Russia launched its full-scale invasion of your country. I'd like to start by asking you what you remember about your younger years before the war changed literally everything for you.
Actually, for me, it started not 2021, it started in 2014 because I was born in Ukrainian Donetsk. Everything was perfect, I think, because I live at my hometown with my family. I always want to play football in Shakhtar, so I grew up as a person, as a footballer there. So, and after when the war started in Donetsk region, it was really difficult for me because I need to move from my hometown to Kiev, and it's changed me a lot. I think start to be more older in still young age, so changed me as a person. And after when the war started in all of Ukraine, it was difficult, not only for me, for all country, and still difficult. So it's take a lot of from our lives in our real, not only football life.
Right, so you're saying that the war forced you to grow up much faster because of the fact that it made you leave your home, and, you know, clearly there were some very difficult moments for you. Was football a way for you to escape from all of that?
Yeah, actually, it's true because it's football is my life. It's a sport that gives me everything what I have. and I love to play football. And of course, when I train, when I have games, I forget about everything and can just enjoy my game, enjoy the football. So football is kind of escape land for me from every problem which is around. So football gave me everything.
And in fact, your football success is arguably giving hope to Ukrainians back home who aren't able to travel and play football overseas. I think you said yourself that your goal against Real Madrid, that sensational goal, brought light to the Ukrainian people. Describe the power of a great football moment like that during a war.
Actually, it has huge power. After this goal, something unique, and I play for Portuguese team, but I received a lot of message from Ukraine, and really kind message. So I was not expect at all. So I think in this difficult time in Ukraine, sport, especially football, can give us the light, and also people in the country, especially soldiers, can forget about everything around and focus on football and happy moments. When we play national team, it's huge responsibility from us because we play not only for ourselves, our team, our family. We play for all of country, all of Ukrainians, and it's huge responsibility.
Is it very difficult to remain focused all the time? Because clearly focus and concentration are really important to being a goalkeeper. And you're having to focus at a time when your country is under attack and suffering every day. I mean, that must be a huge distraction.
Yes, of course. It's not easy, but we need to keep going, especially me as a goalkeeper. I think I need to show my personal power, personal character to move forward, because the life continues, life goes on, so we need to keep believing, keep working hard, and to bring some special moment for our people.
Do you speak up openly on political issues on a regular basis? I know you once called the Russian President Vladimir Putin a killer. I mean, do you think it's important that people like you, football players with a large platform, do speak up?
Yes, I think it's important, and especially Ukrainian popular people, I think they talk a lot about everything, and all around the world knows about war, about Russia. So I think we need to keep talking, and maybe it can change something, some minds. So we need to talk about the problems.
If you could send a message to President Putin, what would it be?
Stop killing Ukrainian people.
And what about a message to the people of Ukraine who see you, who see your success on the international sporting scene? What's your message to them?
I can say that they give me power to do it, because Ukrainians have strong character, and as I say before, I received a lot of good message from Ukraine, and it gives me more energy, more power to do better and better, to do better things, to represent my country. So I try to see everything, and thanks for this support.
It's clearly working, because right now you are regarded as being one of the best, if not the best young goalkeeper in world football. I mean, do you feel that yourself? Are you aware that you are absolutely at the pinnacle of your career?
I think no. I think a lot of things to improve, a lot of things to do. I feel better than last seasons, of course. I feel that I'm improve step by step my strong and my weak points. But, we need to improve every day. I think I learned it from the past, from my childhood. So I need to improve to be better every day.
Well, 2026 is off to a great start for you because that sensational goal we talked about at the beginning was, of course, in January against Real Madrid during the Champions League. I mean, would you say up until this point, and you're still young, that was the greatest moment in your career?
Probably yes, because this moment can be once in life and not all of goalkeepers can have it. So, yeah, it was sensational. It was unique, but it was also, opportunity that I take, that God gave me. And you never know what can happen next, and you need to be ready to take your chance and to give your best in this moment.
What was going through your mind? Just relive that moment for us when José Mourinho, the captain of Benfica, he sent you forward. I think it was in the 98th minute of the game. Did you really think you were going to score?
No, I don't have this in my mind, of course. Actually, at this moment, I don't know why I need to go there, because we are winning, so I don't know why. And only after, when I arrived there, my teammates said to me that we need one more goal. So it was, like 1 second, like in a movie. So I think in this moment it must happen. So I just do what I think, what I need to do, and score a brilliant goal.
So the fact you weren't aware of how important it was that you did score that goal, do you think that actually helped you? Because I'm assuming your head was a little bit cooler than it would otherwise have been.
Actually, I don't know what to say. It's his goal that gave us opportunity to play in playoffs of Champions League. So it was important for all of team, for Benfica. But, it's not changed me at all, because I understand that next day I need to continue my way, continue to work, continue to prepare for the next game, because, as I say before, life's always move forward, and you cannot stop on your past. Of course, it's brilliant, it's beautiful to remember this goal, but you have next day, you have next game, and you need to be ready.
Had you practiced for a scenario like that during training?
No.
Okay. I just want to ask you a couple more questions really quickly. We were speaking about José Mourinho there just a second ago. There's a lot of speculation about him going back to Real Madrid this summer. What do you think of that?
Actually, I don't know what to say. I know that he's top coach, and of course, some of the best club can try to have him as a coach. But I don't know. It's, as I can say, not my business. I'm really lucky, and I'm really happy that I have a chance to work with him, because he is one of the best coach in the history. He won everything. So he gave me a lot of new experience, and what happened in the future, it's not in my hands. So I hope he will stay with us in Benfica for next season, and we can continue our way together.
And what if he said to you, Anatoly, come with me to Madrid? Would you go?
I don't know. We'll see.
All right. That was an unfair question, but we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Anatoly Trubin,
thank you so much.
Goalkeeper for Benfica and the Ukrainian national team. It's been a real pleasure talking to you. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, bye.
Thank you.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province called me. There was great terror.
I can almost hear the walkie-talkies crackling. Close the 7th gate, close the 11th. If they had the power, they would have shut the heavens themselves for Bashar al-Assad.
Everything unfolded within just a few hours, from 11 at night until 2:30 on Sunday morning. And suddenly, it was December 8th. The choice to escape was not impulsive or abrupt. Rather, it was a directly correlated response to the progressively escalating event.
We persistently questioned the whereabouts of our president.
A Syria without Bashar al-Assad. In the heart of Damascus, the once secure ruling class found itself on shaky ground. Trust had started to decay within the inner sanctum of power, and allies began to realign, thus revealing glaring weaknesses that could no longer be conveniently overlooked. In his final days, his grip on power appeared to wane, and the once unassailable leader faced genuine political isolation. The crisis wasn't just about the regime. It marked a significant turning point in the state's bond with its people, when crowds passionately demanded long-lost dignity and their right to live. In the spring of 2011, in the southern city of Daraa, the first spark of the uprising was a simple message scrawled on a school wall by the innocent hands of children, oblivious to the profound impact their words would have. The response from security forces came quickly, triggering a wave of protests that swiftly spread from Daraa to the cities of Homs, then Hama and eventually Idlib, inching ever closer to the heart of the Syrian capital, Damascus. As the days progressed, the cries of the protesters gradually evolved, raising their demands from mere reforms to an open and direct confrontation.
There were several political maneuvers made in an attempt to rescue the precarious situation, such as reaching out and contacting Russian President Vladimir Putin. However, the response received was one that merely concealed a sense of nostalgia emanating from Moscow. Nothing could be done now in Damascus. The only chance Bashar al-Assad saw was to flee. The decision came from the impossibility of saving the situation or resisting the coming counter-offensive on Damascus. The fall of Hama, subsequently the fall of Homs, and the unimpeded path that now lay open, leading directly towards Damascus.
At 1 o'clock in the morning of the 27th, I received a startling call urging me to mobilize, to prepare, insisting that I must join. I dressed, left, unsure of my destination, but rumors hinted at a battle. The leadership's initial instructions were, "You as journalists were witnesses to this stage. We reached a place near western Aleppo's countryside. The fighters were ready, weapons were ready. Now begins the response battle. Rebels were upbeat, determined not to retreat until reclaiming areas taken by the regime. Strength was crucial. We filmed fighters setting off fully prepared. I interviewed the fighters. Their spirit was high, making you sure, God willing, that things were going well. 0 hour began.
The final events began with a call from the governor of Aleppo at that time, telling me that the military had begun a major assault toward the western countryside of Aleppo. The advance was swift and surprising, with the army witnessing a huge amount of withdrawals. Within 2 days, Aleppo was essentially militarily fallen to the operations command. I was at home, and meanwhile, I reached out to him. During a call at 10:30, I expressed to him how difficult things were, the fear gripping the streets, and that something urgent had to be done. He simply replied, "Tomorrow we'll see."
When he received the news, he remained silent and issued no directives. Unexpectedly, the north fell out of the regime's hold, a jolt the palace had never anticipated.
Our forces, with a boldness that was commendable, moved swiftly along the entirety of the border, blocking any potential infiltrations. With the invaluable aid of our supporting partner, we ensured that no military units, regardless of their size, could penetrate the front lines or create any semblance of a new reality that could possibly bolster the crumbling military order that had previously dominated.
There was a significant moment. We, the fighters and operatives, were instructed to publicly announce the severing of the M5 highway, the principal lifeline connecting Aleppo, Hama, Homs, and Damascus. Even though it was not fully seized, a crucial opening had been created. A major breach. They brought us, the media, to it, and we declared the highway closed, Aleppo's lifeline cut. It sparked real fear and panic in the regime and the Iranian. Then, the withdrawals started.
These were our initial moments spent on the M5, the principal highway that stretches between Aleppo and Damascus, the two symbolic poles of Syria.
Was there a skirmish in Aleppo? Hama saw only limited combat. How about Homs, or in the rural areas of Damascus? Consider this, it's a 200-kilometer stretch from Homs to Damascus. Any conflicts there? Not at all. What about the towering walls of Damascus? None there either. Were there any clashes to the west or east of Damascus? No battles in Dara or the coast either. The battle never occurred.
As PM, my main liaisons were the governors. The Aleppo governor was devastated and fled. while the Idlib governor reported stability initially, then considered fleeing. To an airbase, escaping to Hama via military plane. Meanwhile, Idlib's governor initially assured me of their resilience, but soon began discussing fleeing from the advancing command force.
On November 30th, 2024, Aleppo experienced a sudden and unexpected pullout of regime troops from their positions inside the city. Airstrikes finally stopped and checkpoints were removed from the streets for the first time in over 14 years. Opposition flags were proudly raised over the Central Post building, and celebrations erupted in some neighborhoods.
On the eve of Aleppo's fall, after his meeting with President Putin, the Russian military attaché was a close escort back and forth.
So, I'd say, things began to take a terminal turn. Up to Saturday, which falls on December 7, and before the frantic calls from Bashar al-Assad to Putin are met with no reply.
Aleppo has returned to center stage amid sharply differing international coverage, as political labels and military assessments varied widely. However, on the ground, from a city worn by war, the pullout clearly signaled a significant shift in control. Control that factions managed with striking skillet amazed everyone.
We came today, my love. We came to the citadel, my love. Oh, mother, my strength is gone. Alas, I walked the whole road to Aleppo, olive trees all along.
Before the war, Aleppo was known for its rich social and religious diversity, thriving without the need for slogans or decrees. Daily life itself fostered coexistence, with calls to prayer mingling alongside church bells, and accents blending in the bustling markets. The city never needed tolerant slogans. It lived them in its very essence. Even as things changed over time, Aleppo retained traces of what it once was, a city holding on to a shared memory despite shifting maps and deep divides. In long and drawn-out wars, losses aren't only measured in rubble. They're also found in the values a society once practiced every single day.
When the insurgent forces first made their entrance into the city of Aleppo, all the young men who knew me from our shared time in Idlib, they all sought me out. The chief greeted me and asked if I wanted to speak with the Sheikh. Certainly, I responded, then proceeded to express my congratulations on the newly achieved liberation. Aleppo was now emancipated. He responded with a clear directive: tell your people to strive for excellence in everything they do, to elevate their standards from what they were before. Whether it's safeguarding churches, endowments, homes, factories, or offices,
Let them revel in the Christmas festivities, ring their bells, adorn their squares, erect their trees. We were on the cusp of the holiday season then.
Aleppo embodies the diverse sects and ethnicities of Syria. The regime, a criminal entity, recognized this truth and for decades attempted to sow discord and division among these groups, but ultimately it failed. Aleppo endured, and so did its remarkable social fabric.
Protecting Christians and other minorities in Aleppo was a critical red line. From the ops room, the order was always mercy first, and that message truly mattered. It affirmed that you're in the right, and they genuinely are our brother.
We worked closely with the new authorities to calm people's fear and build trust. We held several meetings as Christian heads of churches and with the state. And this time, the state stood with the people. For the first time,
Ops, infantry west of Tab, 2 kilometers out.
Say again. Repeat.
2 kilometers west of Tab Lane.
Copy. Copy.
We thought we'd finally have a moment to rest, then get back to our coverage. But no, the orders came in. Head straight to Hama. Hama. Did you hear me clearly? We were directed towards Hama.
Hama wasn't captured through force, but through the power of imagery. It was a clear-cut case of psychological and media warfare. A brief video broadcast by the opposition depicted their fighters standing near a sign that read, "Welcome to Hama."
We moved and reached Hama's outskirts. The sign was roughly 20 kilometers away. This was psychological warfare. Arriving at the sign, we found the conflict was a mere 1 or 2 kilometers away. We captured footage of the sign before making a hasty retreat, making it clear that we had made it to the outskirts of Hama. This ignited fear and chaos among regime forces.
We are currently on the outskirts of Hama, where intense battles are raging between the rebels and the regime's gangs. With the support of their allies and the additional reinforcements that have been brought into the city.
A brief video segment lasting mere seconds captured more than the skirmishes did. On-field disarray, unsanctioned retreats, and a total absence of official clarification. There were no confrontations in this footage, yet the message was powerfully conveyed. The battle's focus wasn't in the city, but rather on the height dominating Hama's east and west countryside Jabal, Zain al-Abidin, one of the regime's most fortified sites, featuring underground bunkers and camouflaged artillery that provide wide fire control and long-range observation capabilities.
The problem was that Mountain Zain al-Abidin, high peak over most of Hama's rural belt and the city. It was fortified and used to hit the roads. So Ops planned a long detour to slip to Hama's edge or inside and declare it fallen. We actually slipped through trees for a long distance and entered Hama from the east. The mountain hadn't fallen. There was resistance. We reached Al-Asi Square. Filmed, then were told to exit at once fighting was close. Amidst chaos, the regime retreated from Zain al-Abidin, a mountain once deemed insurmountable.
While field visuals depicted an evident retreat of the regime from the rural Hama vicinity, the defense minister made an appearance on national television, asserting that the situation was well within their control. The observed shift on the battlefield was characterized in official communications as a deliberate part of a strategic plan, rather than being perceived as a defeat.
Today, we are engaged in a fierce and ongoing battle against the toughest terror groups that employ guerrilla tactics, which compels our armed forces to adapt their strategies. So our armed forces adapt their strategies. They attack and withdraw at various points, advance and fall back, especially since these Takfiri groups have the backing of well-known regional and international states.
At that time, the official statement appeared disconnected from the harsh reality on the ground, as images revealed abandoned tanks, grounded aircraft, and defensive posts that were completely empty. What we witnessed on the ground contradicted the speech and raised serious doubts about the official narrative.
We strongly urge our people to remain patient and steady, trusting that we will not relent in our efforts to restore security to the areas seized by the terrorists. The Syrian Arab Army, as you have known throughout this long war, will continue to stand as the solid dam.
On the contrary, it was a brittle system, but it fed every claimant their share. And I think Bashar al-Assad worked by the creed of the last Abbasid caliph. Baghdad is enough. He would grant every seeker what they desired in order to keep that chair secure.
The main battle was at Hama, because the city holds a unique and significant mark in Syria's national struggle. It suffered and paid dearly, the Hama massacre among other costs. It suffered in silence. Few spoke of it, in Syria or abroad. Since 2011, the city was heavily besieged. Unlike other provinces, it was closed off, surrounded. Lately, I feared not the fall itself. It would fall, but that I would die outside, that I'd be buried without ever seeing the regime finally fall.
After taking Hama, opposition units advanced south toward Homs, a crucial strategic hub in central Syria.
On Friday or Saturday, Homs province contacted me, and there was panic everywhere. It seemed that the defenses before Homs had completely collapsed, and while I'm no military expert, I could see that the road lay open. Then he asked, "Can we ask defense to bomb Al Rastan Bridge?" I told him that wasn't justified.
After Hama's liberation, forces gathered here, eyes fixed on Homs, crossing only over Al Rastan Bridge. They advanced toward Homs, but it wasn't free. Heavy strikes severely damaged the bridge, rendering it unusable. You can still see the remnants of the air raids on that bridge today.
We were a band of seasoned fighters with no choice but to fight. We couldn't wait for another chance to break the cruel siege and crush the forces that caged us for 9 years. This was it. Determined soldiers and commanders filled with resolve pushed the forces across 4 axes an effort we'd prefer not to boast about. Syria is far greater than just saying we delivered. Syria is greater than saying we fought and broke through. Syria is greater.
By evening, we were getting close to Homs. Resistance from the city's north was fierce, and the jets were relentlessly bombing. We waited patiently, and as night fell, the lads finally began to enter. As usual, the first aim was to open the prisons. You can't imagine the welcome we got in Homs. And Homs is special, you know that. Fireworks and celebrations lit up homes like it was daytime. This was around midnight, close to 1 a.m.
We're talking about a distance of 200 kilometers from Homs to Damascus, and by that time, discussions had already begun on how to escape and how to take flight. The only option left was the sky, not the ground, and on Saturday night, December 7th, the Russian military attaché made a visit to the People's Palace. A session was convened to discuss one critical objective: how to ensure the secure transfer of Bashar al-Assad and his entourage from the heart of Damascus to the international airport, how to safeguard the flight from Damascus to Hammamin, and to prepare the aircraft accordingly.
I received a call instructing me to keep moving towards Damascus, with plans to encircle the city by morning, and it was around 1 a.m. We aimed to impose a ring around Damascus at 3, as events were unfolding quickly.
All of this unfolded in just a few hours, from 11 at night until around 2 or 2:30 on Sunday morning, and it was now December 8th.
I remember the protocol's cars and weapons everywhere to protect Assad. How would he manage to leave tonight? How did he escape?
In the palace that evening, almost everything looked normal. In the kitchen, dinner was being prepared as usual.
Simple meal for a man who knew the table no longer mattered most.
Forces known as Repel, the aggression, were already at the gates of Damascus, and I believe he was part of those forces. They reached the airport road's edge.
In his office, he sat still and motionless, his mind adrift in thought, the heavy silence only broken by the persistent ringing of the landline. At Damascus Airport, a plane landed without prior notice, guided straight to a closed side runway. Its timing and path were off protocol.
We were surprised at how quickly a plane was prepared and parked in an unusual location that clearly wasn't designated for. Our curiosity was piqued. Something significant was unfolding. What could it be?
Inside the palace walls, unusual movement was noted. 2 cars entered quietly through the back gate, avoiding routine routes and unseen by the guards. That night's actions broke all established protocol. Assad left his office taking nothing, not even jacket or tie. He walked the palace corridors alone. No orders, no escort. In the basement, a waiter lined dishes, expecting a normal meal.
Stop movement, shut the gates. I still hear the devices. Close gate 7, close gate 11. If they could, they'd close heaven's gates for Assad to pass. Suddenly, cars rushed in, faster than words can tell. And suddenly Assad climbed aboard the plane. His entourage left their cars behind, doors wide open.
No farewell, no announcement before departure. Just a silent withdrawal by a man who has nothing left to say, moving as if the place itself had suddenly turned foreign, as if the end, long delayed, was now unavoidable. From the cockpit came the clearance to move forward. The plane rolled slowly toward an unknown destination, leaving everything behind. Assad sat by the window, staring at a city he was leaving behind. Just as it was leaving him, in silence, a clear break marking the end of one era and the beginning of another that was just starting to form. Past 3 a.m. The plane took off, then landed at the Russian base. A new tense phase began. Reports said Assad and his sons stayed for hours in a private hall at Maimim. His entourage also waited for a plane able to evade radars, secured to fly safely to Moscow, where Assad landed for the first time without title or office, a fugitive in guilt. The palace lights dimmed.
At 10 minutes to 3, I left the People's Palace and made my way to Umayyad Square. I drove on Mezi Highway and other streets. After 3:30, news began to spread that Assad had left the palace, neither a secret nor widely known. His true departure, marking his arrival in Maimim, occurred at 6:10 or possibly 6:20. At 6:18, at that time, Assad was no longer president.
No state of emergency was declared in Damascus. No sirens wailed. Yet the city acted as if bracing for an unmatched event. Roads were nearly empty. Fear spread ahead of the news into homes before official reports. With no orders, the regime's shape began to fade. Figures vanished. Slogans no longer raised. Sights pulled from command. The institution seemed to dismantle itself step by step, quietly, without announcement, without resistance. The same unsettling picture repeated in other corners. Weapons abandoned, uniforms left behind without their owners. A system quietly collapsed in shadow as it slowly departed into the darkness.
I waited seconds and minutes to hear out.
It is now exactly 6:18 Damascus time. Syria without Bashar al-Assad.
Syria without Assad.
When Hatim's song played, Hold Your Head High, you're a free Syria. They danced, and I danced with them, despite all Syria's pain.
By God, Ibrahim, I lived to see it. I never thought I would. I did, and Bashar al-Assad has fallen.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis,
it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Hello and welcome to this special interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of the former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Lord Roderick, thank you for your time and for this interview. I'd like to first start by asking you about your family legacy and the history of the name of the family of Balfour. Being a descendant of former Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour, how do you think that carrying the name shaped your own perception and understanding of the declaration and the impact given its significance and to the whole world, I would say?
Good. Well, listen, thanks for your interest. The Balfour Declaration, you may have read before, hung on the back of the lavatory door in our house in France. Nobody ever talked about it. It was just not a feature through the 50s and the 60s and the 70s when I was growing up. Although I say the 70s, by then it was a bit, because the first time I came across it seriously was during the Six-Day War in June 1967, when I worked for the New York Herald Tribune in Paris. And unlike today, you'd be amazed, all of the Champs-Élysées and all the area around, I think, was completely pro-Israeli. Bizarrely, that wouldn't be the same today at all. And then I really, you know, when it first sort of mattered and people wanted to talk about it, I would say was really around the centenary, so really quite recently.
And I wanted to ask, looking back 100 years ago, do you think that the UK government and your great uncle have foreseen the long-term consequences of this declaration?
Do you think that President Trump and everybody else can see the long-term consequences of what they're proposing today in 100 years' time? I mean, nobody can. And I think it's very important to stress, I mean, a lot of people who talk about this talk as though it was a problem 100 years ago. It wasn't. I mean, there were only 700,000 people in the whole of Greater Palestine and Cisjordania and I think the south of Syria. 700,000. There are now, what is it, 12, 13 million people inhabiting a smaller area. We hadn't had the Holocaust, you know, which made a huge difference. And no, I mean, Arthur Balfour and the rest of the cabinet. And I mean, I think it's important to stress that this document was not typed out by his secretary dictating to him over breakfast. I mean, this was, he was the foreign secretary, and somebody else might have been the foreign secretary. In fact, somebody else did say somebody else should be writing it, I think. But anyway, it ended up with his name on it as the foreign secretary.
And before moving to, I will ask you a bit more about the declaration itself, but before moving to that part of the conversation, I have a question about how you talk about the Balfour Declaration in your own family. Is it usually a source of pride, or is it usually a source of controversy?
I think in its original form, and for the reasons it was written, I think that there is pride. But I mean, I think we very much see Arthur as having done it as the Foreign Secretary. Admittedly, you know, he was, particularly through my great aunt, a great friend of Chaim Weizmann and Theodor Herzl and people. And he was, you know, he was a great philosopher and he was a great humanitarian. And so obviously he was very influential within the cabinet and as the Foreign Secretary, you know, because you had, you know, what goes around comes around. You had the Tsar expelling all the Jews from Russia who ended up here and in America, not being able to speak English, with their strange habits and everything else. And that preyed on people to say, and they wanted to, you know, go to the land of their forefathers, to the land of Moses. And that meant Palestine. So it was very much a humanitarian gesture, but I mean, it's not as definite in here as a lot of people would like to think it is.
And moving on to the declaration itself, and I think this is a question on everyone's mind in the Middle East, as you may know. Why do you think that it was a promise to one group of people, a homeland for one group of people, but did not promise the same for another group of people who were inhabitants of the land at the time?
Well, because the Palestinians, if you like, for want of a better word, were not under persecution. Nobody was chasing them. Everybody was, you know, I don't wish to demean them, but I mean, I think when I read about the history, it was basically an agrarian economy with sheep and goat herds, nothing, no sophistication, very few people, as I say, you know, and therefore I think they thought if a few Jews wanted to go and live there peaceably, you know, all the Abrahamic faiths, you know, Muslim, Christian and Jew, why would there be a problem? So, you know, there was no sort of contentious arguments over the breakfast table about how can you do this? You know, everybody was coexisting peaceably. But you know, a lot of it obviously has to do with the Holocaust, population explosion, that there isn't room for everybody.
Do you think the declaration, now looking at it, fulfilled some of its goals?
When you say its goal, I mean, I have it in my hand because I always want to get it absolutely right. I have much further we have a declaration of sympathy, that's all, with Jewish Zionist aspirations, which has been submitted to and approved by the Cabinet. His Majesty's government view with favour the establishment in Palestine of a national home for the Jewish people. So there's no, we will support the creation of a state of Israel, as is, you know, under pressure to create for Palestine at the moment. And this is the strong bit. Everything else is what I think in the lawyers call precatory. It's a wish, okay? But the next sentence is the one that gets me into trouble in Israel. It being clearly understood that nothing shall be done which may prejudice the civil and religious rights of existing non-Jewish communities in Palestine. So I leave anybody listening to think what is going on today is not what he or the government of the day would have wished.
But do you think that the UK government has done enough for that clause to protect non-Jewish communities?
That's a very good question. I mean, when you say done enough, I mean, I felt for many years that the United Nations, who got involved in the Congo, in Sudan, in all these other places, never really got sufficiently involved in the Holy Land. And I call it the Holy Land for all three religions. And I've never quite understood why not. And particularly as, you know, one has to say it, but Israel has never attacked anybody else. I mean, they've gone off and done these missions in recent times, but they've never wanted to wipe out the Palestinians. I mean, the occupation of the West Bank and these settlements under the very right-wing Israeli factions, you know, is not something. I mean, that goes completely contrary to this, as well as to United Nations resolutions and things like that. So, you know, what could we do, just Britain? I mean, it wasn't a, you know, we came out of it after the mandate finished in 1947-48, and the State of Israel was announced, recognized by the US, recognized by the United Nations. You know, they were a sovereign nation by whatever other means you want to call them. So, you know, it wasn't up to us to say, you are contravening the declaration. I would have liked it if they had, and the United Nations had said, you know, we're going to come in here and sort things out, because it's contrary to the declaration.
I'd like to move to the to UK's historical decision to recognize Palestine last week, and this was an important day for a lot of Palestinians and Arabs in the whole world. Mm-hmm. What do you think of this recognition, and do you think that it was a step taken too late? No, I don't at all. I think that again, with the United Nations help and everybody else, there should have been a far greater effort to deal with the two-state, the two population problem much, much earlier, whereby there would have been far more democratic regimes in both Gaza and the West Bank. And instead they've just been able to run riot and do whatever. I mean, the West Bank hasn't had elections for 20 years. Gaza has been ruled by Hamas. I mean, are these, in their present condition, are these really suitable entities for us to recognize as a state? I'm not sure. But I mean, it's symbolic. It shows that we are in favor of the two-state solution, but there's got to be a lot more before it actually means anything. And do you still believe in a two-state solution? Do you think that with today's circumstances that it's still a viable solution?
Well, clearly the Israelis don't think so. And I don't think Hamas thinks so, because Hamas want to get rid of Israel, and Israel doesn't trust any of the Arab countries while they're run as, the Palestinian enclaves, until they have a reassurance that they're not going to be populated by people who swear death to Israel from the river to the sea. So you've got these two blocks who are implacably opposed to each other. And I suppose that's what, you know, love him or hate him, but, you know, President Trump is actually somebody who at last is not just muttering warm words, but actually getting on and doing something, and I think has realized, and obviously done a lot of talking around the Middle East and with other Islamic countries, who, you know, you will know yourself because you're from there. I understand none of the countries want to have an unstable world there, you know, which is rife with terrorism and murder and everything else. I mean, I think, excuse me, especially Saudi, I believe, you know, very, very keen to have peace. And of course, you know, we were talking earlier about Abu Dhabi, and I mean, these are now, commerce has taken over from the theocracy element, which I think ruled a lot of the sort of views of Islamic countries before. And now they're major economic powers. They don't want to see war and terrorism on their doorstep. So I think that's why they're, as I understand it, giving their full support to this effort, the Trump effort.
But moving to today's reality, do you have any reservations about Israel's act of violence? Do you think, what is your view on what Israel is you know, committing against the Palestinians today?
I think you've got to take that in two halves. I think the West Bank is something that really has got to be stamped on. That is so contrary to the declaration, and against the United Resolutions, things which we were talking about. But Gaza, you know, how has Hamas allowed this to happen and not said, listen, please don't bomb all our houses and think, we will surrender the hostages? I mean, one feels, and this is evidently what everybody else feels through the Trump proposal, that Hamas, I mean, he said it, Hamas has got to be neutralized because they're the destabilizing force. But I think the West Bank and Gaza are, but you know, I'm no lawyer, I'm not a professional historian, so these are just my personal opinions, but you've got to separate the West Bank problem from the Gaza problem.
And how's your relationship with the Palestinians and the Israelis, if you have any?
Well, I've not really come across too many Palestinians per se who live in Palestine, but I have come across a lot of the Arabs who live and work in Israel. And of course they don't like it either, because they've peacefully coexisted in Israel, done a lot of business with, they're integral part of the business landscape.
And I just want to ask two more questions. One of them is, when you reflect back at the declaration, for you personally, do you feel that it's a source of responsibility? Do you feel it's a burden that you carry the Balfour name and you do these interviews? And
that's interesting. I mean, I suppose that really why I accept sort of the invitation to do these interviews is it gives me an opportunity to defend the declaration and point out what it actually says. I've read up quite a lot of opinions on the declaration, and one of the things I find, which I think are provocative to the Palestinian side, is all sorts of people have read this and said, oh, this is definitely an official document. This is, we will create the Israeli state. And it doesn't say that, but it's been seized on by sort of the more, I suppose you'd call them extreme or right-wing in this day and age, elements who want to say that this has a force of law. As I say, I'm no lawyer, but when I read it as it says, and I'm not trying to interpret it like a scholar.
I have one last question, just because a lot of people did take this as an official document.
Well, it's official in the sense that it came out of the British government and was expressed a wish with a particular reservation. Yep, official.
But then what do you say to the millions of Palestinians? Some of them are still refugees in some countries. What do you tell them now that this declaration and the name of Balfour was so central to the path that they had in life, or they took in life after what happened in 1917 and 1948 and everything afterwards?
I think I've never understood why the Palestinians and the Jews did not all just get on and build the fabulous economy together. It's been so one-sided, and I never understood why the Palestinian side was not keeping up with the Jewish side.
Maybe because a lot of them were expelled out of their homes.
Arab Israelis who very happily coexist. I mean, why after the Intifada in 2014, was it, did Hamas decide to destroy all the greenhouses, you know, that had been left by the Israelis to help grow food for the Palestinians? As I understand it, Hamas didn't want their population to be happy. They wanted them to be constantly fed an anti-Israel mantra. Not good for peace.
Thank you, Lord Roderick, for granting us this interview and for your time. Thank you for watching. This was an interview with Lord Roderick Balfour, the great-nephew of former British Foreign Minister Arthur Balfour. Thank you for watching.
Azuni scores, gets Callender to go the wrong way. And he stays, able to drive forward amidst three Austin players and leave it for Trapp. Oh, cuts it to James. James Rodriguez clipping it back, post Marcano! Into James Rodriguez, back to Pereira, what a ball!
This year, it's all smiles. James Rodriguez did not come here, good ball in.
Ramirez tried to flick it out, and it falls to Christian Ramirez! His return to his former home. He was known fondly.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Arabiya English from our headquarters in Riyadh. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up today, President Trump kicks off the first visit to China by a US president in nearly a decade. We'll be asking, what does he hope to return with? Well, China says it welcomes this visit, which is set to culminate with a high-stakes talks with President Xi Jinping. We'll be asking, what does China hope to obtain from the visiting US delegation? Plus, can this meeting between the leaders of the world's top two economies change anything with regards to the war in Iran? All of that to come on GNT.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
The in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News,